Yo, hey, okay, guys, I'm so sorry, but I've been having some terrible technical issues over the past few days. So I apologize profusely for not being around in terms of my live, but I believe I should have worked it out now. Welcome, everybody, to the Overthinking Football Show. My name is Joseph Mokwena. I'm your host. And this, of course, is a place where we love South African football, we love African football, and then every now and then we go overseas now. We're back in the league, obviously. Stellenbosch versus Mamelodi Sundowns is the game we're going to be watching first, before moving on to a game with Golden Arrows versus Kaizer Chiefs. Now, very interesting where these two teams are lying right now. Stellenbosch, thought to be the third best team in the country, thought to be the team that is the closest to dethroning at least Orlando Pirates, or catching up to Orlando Pirates. They won their first trophy, the Carling Knockout, 2 years ago. They've dropped to number 13 on the log, where they've played 4 games. They've won one, drawn one, and they've lost 2. They've scored only 2 goals, and they've conceded 4, for a grand total of 4 points. Then Mamelodi Sundowns, number 3 on the log, slowly regaining the form that they've displayed over the years as the champions of the Betway Prem. Number 3, they've played 4, they've won 2, they've drawn 2, they have lost none. They've scored 5 and they've conceded 1, for a grand total of 8 points. In the last 5 games, Mamelodi Sundowns has 2 wins, 2 draws, and a loss. Last game out being, of course, the draw versus Kaizer Chiefs, and then before that, the loss to Orlando Pirates. Hey, Soweto teams. Then Stellenbosch on the other side have 2 wins, 2 draws, and a loss to their record, where the last game out was win versus Gallants on the 26th of August, and before that they drew with Iskukune on the 23rd of August. Now, in terms of the last 5 games that these two have played versus each other, there have been 2 Stellenbosch wins, there have been 3 Mamelodi Sundowns wins, and that of course means there have been no draws. The last game out was a 3-0 win by Mamelodi Sundowns on the 11th of May 2025. You have to go back to the 1st of September 2024 for the Stellenbosch win. Now, in terms of starting lineups, you have Williams, Obas, Cupido, Khoza, Mudiba, Alende Morena, Letlaku, Matthews, Sales, and Shalile, the starting lineup for Sundowns. Then, of course, for Stellenbosch, you have Stevens in goal, Enyinaya, Moloisana Stanic, Mtaga, Mtiane, Kiba, Chapa, De Jong, Likolwane, and Titus. Guys, I apologize again for being a little bit late, because I've just been having the worst technical issues when it comes to going live. But I'm here. We'll try push through, and I think I may have sorted the problem, but we'll see. Eita Bongs, Eita Fandenom, last weekend on winter. Bongs says Stellies don't do the job. Stellies must do the job, bafana back. Let's see. Okay. So I've often asked that Sundowns needs to figure out what they want to play and how they want to play. And it's good to see Caruso bringing in the likes of your Letlakus with Bo Shalulile, which means that maybe you'll see a team that's going to be a little bit more possession-based, but they're going to try free a lot of those players on the wings and on transition. You already see Upita Shalulile working quite a bit there in the center of the attack, running very hard as he normally does and applying pressure. Now, this is probably a Sundowns that will want to hold the ball a lot more than previous Sundowns have. The other Sundowns teams over the past few weeks have. They'll probably want to build a little bit more patiently. Sundowns on the attack on the left-hand side of the box. Okay, they've gone back. So that's going to be very interesting, because I've said again that if you're going to play Reyners, if you're going to play Matthews, if you're going to play it that way, you're going to need to be quick and on transition. But if you want to hold the ball a little bit more, you may want to bring in Abo Aubrey and to take out Abo Reyners so that you can have a little bit more control. But okay, to be honest, it doesn't seem like there's that much of a change here. 8 minutes in, we do know that Basadine, Mokwena, Adams, and Reyners find themselves on the bench for this game. But Caruso's under pressure, that's why. And pressure makes a person make mistakes. Omaka Buaka. Scorpion Kings. Ki Scorpion King Sak. I don't know if you can see it in the camera. Ki Scorpion King Sak. As Robert Zimo go sighting mon. You can sleep, son. Se Robert Zimo go sighting like. There's no Scorpion Kings for some of us. 9 minutes in. Let's see what Sundowns can do with some of this possession. No worries, man. Oh, it's the curtain raiser for 5:30. Hey, CJ. Hey, CJ. Caruso's under pressure. Okay. So, 9 minutes in, we've seen that Mamelodi Sundowns has had a little bit more of the possession. Stellies has had a tough time this season, man. I mean, after a while, you have to expect that after you sell all of your best players, you know, Nabo Adams, Nabo Pasadine, Balapa, Kone, Penchini, Nabo Reyners. After selling all those guys, you can only do miracles for so long before it catches up to you. Now, we still have to see whether it has indeed caught up to Stellenbosch, but they haven't been the same Stellies that we have been afraid of. We have all said it's a tough game. I mean, they gave Pirates, was it Pirates, their first win? They gave Chiefs a win too. So, is it the same Stellies? Should we be expecting a change in number 3? Baba Chiefs le thing. Oh, Titus. What was that, Titus? Oh, this defense is so bad. I sat down the defense. Anyway, guys, tell me there in the comments, how do you feel this game is going to end? Also, as we're not the Sundowns from the Club World Cup. No, you're not, Doski. It's not the same. This Sundowns
is not make sure.
This Sundowns is not make sure at all. But Wamdimu, you get in the box, can't shoot, and have to pass back. It's passing time. There's no direct play. I wonder how Stellies is going to work the forward press, because if there's one thing Chiefs did very well versus Mamelodi Sundowns was to press them into making mistakes. And it doesn't seem like East Stellenbosch is going to be committing the requisite number of players in order to catch Sundowns out. Sundowns has now broken their press 2 or 3 times pretty easily. So I don't know. In terms of Stellies, they're probably waiting for that transition. They're waiting to just catch Sundowns off at some point. You know, Devin Titus loves to do that. Can he do that? Taking advantage of Umudiba, who's cut inside. Mudiba's playing centrally, it seems. From that left-hand side that he loves the most. So I guess Caruso's doing one thing right, and it's that he's picking. This looks like it's going to be a possession Sundowns. But okay, it's not make sure. 2-1. 2-1 win to who? To Sundowns. It's not going to shapa Stellies. Is it just me or I can't see? What can't you see, Michelle? Is it my stream? Is my stream blanking out? What's happening? We know football is a passing game, but Sundowns do too much. I think my question when I watched them play versus Chiefs was, for example, when they were playing out from the back, we know what Sundowns' MO is when playing out from the back. They want to suck you in so that you can overcommit, maybe overpressurize, and they can hit you quickly into the spaces that you open up. I watched them versus Chiefs, and I was like, I don't see the intention of the passing. Sundowns usually has very intentional passing, but you watch that game versus Chiefs, and it didn't look like they knew where they wanted to go, what they wanted to do. Right, so that's why they're not passing any different to what they were passing in terms of numbers. Mara, in terms of where the ball is going, I don't see it. I don't see it. Doski says draw or Sundowns win 1-0. Hey, man, at 12 minutes I'm sleeping on the job. You're sleeping on the job, Patrick. Matthews is the weapon formed against Sundowns. Guys, where's Mr. Williams? Yeah. Since when did Sundowns become such a risky team? Okay, for those who are not seeing it, who can't watch it, Williams ran out to the left-hand side to try shield the ball out as a sweeper. The ball didn't quite go out. Sundowns got it back, but then they passed immediately right around them with Williams not in goal. This is a very risky team, Laba. Okay, let's see. Today is Shapa Stellies Shapa at 5:30. Will be Shapa Kosi. Shapa says Hopa. If you fail to score Peterson, how do people expect Sundowns to win? 1-0 to the Maroons, says Boggs. Burukang says Stellies 2-1. If Stellies presses they did with Chiefs, you can already tell that they're a little bit lazy with their pressing now. Okay. Guys, Kupari score. I've only seen a couple of them. If Stellies presses, they did okay. OT, do you think that the core players to Sundowns are complacent because they're branded as the best? Zaza, this is a conversation. This is my conversation. The tough thing about what Cardoso has to do there, is manage these players that maybe have egos, that maybe have a different thing, a different connection to Sundowns. What I mean connection is, Umangoba, when he came in, I think he wasn't given opportunity to move some of the guys on. And I think that created two problems. Number one, obviously, they don't listen to him because they saw Rulani was their guy. Maybe Umangoba bebamnyatsa. But then it also showed them that, you can play a power game and win as Sundowns players. So Gavin Hunt, years ago at Kaizer Chiefs, or still at Kaizer Chiefs, he said, sometimes you need to change players. Sometimes you need to refresh the squad. Sometimes you need to let some of the stalwarts go, not because they're bad players or maybe they can't help the team out, let's say. But in order for a new message to get across and a new thing to get across, you have to be allowed sometimes to make the hard decisions, right? To get rid of some of the guys just for message sake. Second time they've tried to shield the ball and it didn't work out, right? So I think that's one of the things that Sundowns needs to question, because they've made a ton of changes in the back end. They've stopped the family feeling of Rulani, Coach Pete and all those guys, for a more corporate type thing where Flemingberg is getting rid of guys and bringing in guys. Avocadoso, they are mercenaries. Have you done the same with the players? So that's something to look out for. Now, obviously, there's no rumors, there's no nothing. It's just a concern that you have about your voice. Oh, Shasha! Chance there, hits it straight at Stevens. It's just a concern you have sometimes when you change coaches and do all of those things. Can you change cultures while keeping the same culture players there? I do think Ukadoso is suffering from first full season syndrome, where you're a coach, you came in middle of the year, you didn't have a chance to make changes, you didn't have a chance to sign players. So now sometimes you get overwhelmed when you get all the time. When all the time is now afforded to you and you have all of the stuff, it's very tough to choose. Kilo abona fricha how it is. And come dinner, you're standing in front of it and you don't know what to do. You might just take bacon lili apple, because you're a little bit overwhelmed. That might be what's happening to Cardoso here, and it might take him a couple of games just to settle. Oh. Corner, Mamelodi Sundowns hits the crossbar after a shot by Shasha was deflected by Usay Stevens for a corner. Shasha again with a chance where he headers the ball and he hits the crossbar. Remember, Ushasha is draw with Upele Nomvete for the record for the most PSL goals in history. So any goal from here on is a record-setting goal for Ushasha. So yeah, that's what I think is happening. Let's see. Oti, what are your thoughts on the new Sundown signing? I'm not sure. I don't want to lie. Why am I forgetting his name? Did Sundowns finally announce him? Two one one one. Is there any page showing? Yo, GT, I can't say anything. What I did not understand with Gavin was Chiefs under FIFA ban. No, Sinje. Apparently, allegedly, the fight was that. So the apparently, allegedly, promises were made that he'd be allowed to do certain things once the transfer ban was lifted and all of that stuff. And allegedly, apparently, you have to be careful. Allegedly, apparently, those when they started now chatting seriously about transfers and stuff, the club was allegedly not willing to live up to what it had said. So he was just explaining it from the point of view of a coach to say sometimes you need to sweep clean in order for a new message to come in. You know, especially if you had a team that has been winning for X amount of years, if you had a team that had been losing for X amount of years, it's tough to change cultures. Fleming Berg is the only thinking about his job and not about Bafana. Does he have to think about Bafana? Sundowns winning 2-0, Caruso getting a lifeline, says Patrick. GT says Sales has been kicked in every game he played this season. Tiki is standard. What I like about Shasha is his commanding presence. He's also good at motivating other players to push. Look, the difference between Shasha and Arenas for me is that Ushalulile is the type of player who can make it happen by himself. So if the game is tough, he can go and push and win and create a goal. I think Reyners is still at the mercy of supply. Even though he finishes very well. Reyners finishes very well. If you supply him, he will score. But he's at the mercy of the supply a little bit more than Ushasha. Shasha can go and pressurize. Think about that game. What was that game? Maniema Union? When they scored the 2 goals late. It was Shasha just coming in and going, guys, Agnambobo, Masvulimbobo. I'll open them, Bobo, and we'll play. So very, very interesting. Him coming in. And I don't know what that says to Abu Matthews Lab. I don't know if Matthews works. Do you know what I'd love to see? I don't know if Theo's here. There was a time when we used to fantasize about a Kaizer Chiefs bomb squad. Do you think that a bomb squad type of situation with Mutiba and Shalulile could work at Sundowns? Like when the passing is done, put those two in and start crossing. And I know Caruso has tried something similar to that over the past few games, but like, can you go 100% in and just go, no, front two with maybe a backup of Ribeiro, or front two with maybe a backup, since he's not there, with a backup of Reyners, and just throw crosses? Basarin push up, left wing back. How do you guys feel about that type of thing? I think that you can't mix them. So like, I think Matthews, Sales, and Reyners work as a team. If you're playing counter-attacking play, and then Abu Shalulile and Abu Mutiba could possibly play in a crossing team, and Shasha could definitely play in a possession team where you have to be a little bit patient with the ball. I don't know about you guys. Stellenbosch to draw this game, says Moledi. Tabi says, are we winning or? I don't know who we is. I just know that it's 0-0. I don't think Titik is a replacement for Ribeiro. I think Sales. Yes, Oti, look, now he's talking to Sales. They tried to do that against Chiefs. They did. It was actually something that Rulani used to do. Rulani used to do that. Remember the 1-1 with Chiefs? 1-1 with Chiefs, there's a couple of games where he was doing it with Mendieta. Mendieta was the guy he'd use for that last minute pressure when you're pushing everything forward. What are Bafana players doing on the bench? Caruso or Toel? I get when you put them in, balus about draw. Tlogela taba tsa gore ke di Bafana player must just look at his job. It's fine. It's fine. Pirates is the backbone of Bafana now. Pirates is the backbone of Bafana, eh? Sibelebele. Mfukeng, Keman Mbogazi, Talentembata, Oswin Apolis. How guys, Bafana is now Pirates. We actually need to speak about that next week. So I don't worry, Pirates will save them. Costa says, good start by Sundowns. They just need to penetrate that defense. Costa, isn't that the issue? That they play the passes, they have the possession, but they just can't get in there. They just can't, And maybe that's the difference. Whereas when you had a Ribeiro, there was a cutting edge to that front play. There was somebody who was willing to take the shot, or at least be dangerous enough that defenses have to think about him. And that usually opens spaces for Reyners and Matthews. If Caruso draws or loses this game, what's am I? Hey, Muleda Akitse. If Bafana lose, we know who to blame. Heban. At least today they're not playing too many back passes. But it's because Stellenbosch, look, this is what I said about Stellenbosch versus Kaizer Chiefs. I said that Stellies, the reason why Chiefs has so much fun versus Stellies is that Stellies will press you, but they'll sacrifice midfield spaces. And what happens is, if you ask Chiefs to build out from the back, they'll probably give you the ball. If you press them and you give them a chance to play a ball directly, let's say over the first part of the press into midfield, now you give them a chance to run at you. So I think Sundowns looks a little bit better today in terms of back passes, because look at the setup. 4-5 Stellenbosch players have pushed up, but they're not pressing well, which means that Sundowns can break it every single time. If Stellies was just to sit, so the front three players were just to stand in front of them, not really move, not press them, they'd lose the ball a lot more. But because they send people forward and they don't have that midfield discipline, maybe because Nduli's not there, it allows Sundowns to play without having to play at the back, if that makes sense. So look at this. You see? Let them play. Press smart though. Don't go, hey man, Stellenbosch. So you leave them to have the ball and you just shift your press around and you'll see them going back. You see? They're going back now. They go to the other side. Stellenbosch shifts their press. Watch. Now you start to see the back passes. You get what I mean? But if they commit and they run at them the way they were doing just now, you'll see Sundowns get to bypass that press a little bit more easier. So I said it with Chiefs. When Chiefs has to think, you can win the game. But if you leave, when Chiefs has time to think, yes. When Chiefs has time to think, they'll give you the ball. But if you rush and you're giving them time to be, not innovative, what's the word? To be spontaneous, they will beat you. So that's what's basically happening here. It's just that Sundowns might be a little bit better at getting that ball out. Anyway, talking about Bafana, did we congratulate Mdu for the call-out? Oh yes, we've got a Chiefs play. Good analysis. When Stellies press, they leave too much space. Yeah, no, they have no midfield presence. Look. Usually, this is why Stellies usually play a front four. Last season they were playing a front four. We'll probably see it back again when Mojela is deemed fit enough to start these games. So they usually go with a 3 up top, and then De Jong usually doesn't play as the front guy. I always say De Jong for me is one of the best 10s in the league. But anyway, they go with a 3 and a guy just below the 3. So now you've already committed 4 players in, right? You've committed 4 players in to your attack, which means that if you have a defense of 4 as well, you'll only have 2 players that are able to play in the center. And if you don't have that, your midfield is open. So if your press doesn't win the ball, versus the Sundowns, you'd see a 4 versus 2 or 5 versus 2 in the midfield. You will always be overrun. You get me? That also was sent by North Africa to destroy Sundowns, says Prince. Aye, guys, no one was sent. He was fetched. He answered a phone call. 29 minutes in. We already at 29 minutes and the next. Hey, kunzima man lapha. Sundowns. Sales. Kunzima. Ay. Kunzima. Sundowns.
But in big trouble, nothing is coming right. And nothing will ever come right.
Nothing will ever come right. Nothing is coming right there at Sundowns. What do you think of Jose coming back to SA to coach Downs? I'd be very annoyed. Yo, I don't think even if Pirates approached Jose, I wouldn't take that job. It's a poison chalice. Whatever Jose does, he'll be under the most scrutiny. He'll be under so much pressure. I don't know. But then also you have to ask, what is Sundowns looking to play? What football is Sundowns looking to play? I miss CBD where we just scored for fun. Oh, CBD. What is happening? Both these teams. Guys, what is this? Stellies is going to win this game. Sundowns trying to play in spaces, trying to open up the defenses. Bafana. Doski says if Sundowns doesn't score this half, they're going to draw. I don't know if winning 1-0 is going to be the order of the day. I don't know. Sundowns is coming, right, says Jackson's vintage. OT, this reminds me of Baxter coming back to Chiefs and he thought his old style would still work. Hi, Mara, the noise. Just bongs. Even if Jose wins, he's going to be winning with people on his back. Like people, Pirates fans, would you guys be quiet? You see, there's the 4. Now they're getting back into their places. Maranina and Kabunguti Sundowns. I don't think. I was saying on Banter League, I was saying that onside Banter League on the MacG net. Sales, is that Sales? Sales is trying some Brazilian magic there. Mkanangwana. I was saying on Banter League that if you remember Mangoba's time, there was a time where it looked really bad. They lost to Polokwane, all of that, ne? And I was like, if you think Sundowns was bad, if you think Sundowns is bad now, last season they had to wait quite a few games. They played a lot of games. It got to the Carling knockout final for Mangoba to be moved on. So I don't think this one is bad. The loss has been Pirates. And the Pirates loss is something that happens every year at Sundowns. It's nothing new. They're unbeaten in the league right now, even though they've got problems. You know, Ribeiro's not there, Mudau's not there, but the lack of preseason, but the fatigue. I hate that excuse, but fatigue. All of those factors come in, and he still really hasn't lost the game. So I think it's a little bit too early to be panicking. But yeah, again, if you are liked and not liked, people respond differently to you. So yeah, it's too early. Sundowns had a bad start and won the league last year. Spanish guitar plus Shushan and piano. That sounds like a problem. No. You guys don't get to do that. When Mangoba was doing the Spanish guitar, you guys said no. You don't want that. When Mangoba was saying, I want to transition and playing pretty much a wing playing game like Pirates does, everybody said, no. Yeah, he's ruining Sundowns. If you bring Ribeiro and he does that, shame. You're going to get star players. Like Reyners might wake up, Matthews might wake up, but it wouldn't be the Sundowns that you guys like. It wouldn't be the Sundowns that you guys like. Every year? What do you mean every year? That's how you guys start. That's how Sundowns starts. Maybe I must give credit to Sundowns that every year they do the same thing, but they end up winning the league. I even said last time, Mangoba lost in a calling knockout final, guys. Caruso lost in a Champions League final. Rulani lost in a Nedbank Cup final. At least you're getting to the final. It's not like Sundowns has been knocked out early. The only cup that you guys struggled with was the calling knockout. But that was when TS Galaxy knocked you guys out the previous year. Past few years, we've had a tricky start, but we've always took the league. Look, I will always say, the league is not about Sundowns. Everybody's hoping for Sundowns to stop itself. But the truth is that people need to step up. You need a team that's going to win, let's say 15 games. You need a team that's going to do like those type of things. Like you need a team that's going to be consistent. Forget about Sundowns. We know their story. But if you can have a bad start and still win by 12 points, I'm looking at the league now and I'm going, Amaranina. Nani, you are just passengers. You said Downs get Pirates loss every year. That's what I'm disagreeing with. Okay. No, that's fine. Ghana Pirates beat Sundowns in the league last year, ne? Was it the 2-1? Where did the 2-1 come from? Then this year already there's the loss from the MTN 8. Rulani lost the Nedbank Cup to them. And then also, was it MTN 8? Were they knocked out of the MTN 8 by Pirates again, the 3-0 before? Well, yeah, I'm trying to think. For the past 3-4 years, every year there's been a Pirates loss in a cup final. But I was more speaking to, in a cup, sorry. But I was more speaking to the fact that Sundowns, every year they get knocked out of something. I mean, locally they get knocked out of something every year. TS Galaxy did it. Football changes, OT. This season, Sundowns won't dominate. They showed it against Chiefs. Guys, I know we're speaking about the Chiefs draw in glowing terms, but can we be honest? It's still a draw. So, in as much as Chiefs looked great, Sundowns only dropped the 2 points, honestly speaking. It's not like they lost that game too. So, I don't know, guys. Like, I know we're praising Chiefs, man, and Chiefs did well, but it was still a draw. If we're being honest. Afternoon, thought I was going to see you in the VIP box. Hey, Moses Mapida, ADL. Hey. The only VIP box I belong to is Amatax. You'll see me in the VIP box at Amatax. No other PSL team. Sundowns is cooking, God, says Jack. Do you know what I question? Matthews. Oh, Matthews. Ay, Matthews. Yazi siyazama siyakulwela Matthews, but every day. Every day he just every day.
How?
Kanjani manje. Hey, sorry guys, I'm just busy working. I just heard something. Okay. 39 minutes in, it is still 0-0. But why can't he pass the ball? Tash, Matthews, Buffet too. We commend Chiefs because everyone thought it was going to be a slaughter job. But even that, Butlale, let's be honest. Sundowns struggled to beat Mulifinseki. Outside of the 5-1 and the 4-1, okay, I tried to make that argument, but you're 5-1. Okay, here comes Sundowns again. I don't think it was going to be a slaughter job. I think sometimes, yes, Sundowns has been the greatest team we've had over the past few years, but then in the league. But then when you look at it really, and you sit down and you think about it, when have they scored the 4? When is this one? Did you expect this one to be a slaughterhouse job? I don't think so. Especially the way they've been playing recently. I'm trying to defend my team, guys. Okay, so what's interesting about this game so far is that whenever Sundowns paces up, they do well. They look dangerous. Is this a question of pacing? Is this a question of Sundowns needing to play a little bit faster so that they can go and win this game like that? And maybe that's the key to everything. Maybe the patience is no longer a thing with Sundowns. They just need to accelerate. Anyway, guys, remember, very interactive show. So at halftime, coming up just now, I'm going to let 5 people in. We're going to have a discussion about what we're seeing in this game. And then in the second half, if we can reach 25,000 likes, I'll keep it open and everybody will be able to jump in and give me a minute of their thoughts. Matty Matthews special. Matthews Buffet too. Why are people surprised? This is the Sundowns we know from the past. Says Africa Springs. And then OT expects Sundowns to dominate playing Bobo Matthews up front. Yeah. I think Matthews is a high volume player. Matthews and Reyners, okay, Reyners is a little bit better, but Matthews is one of those players where you need to give him 3 or 4 chances. No, Reyners was the same. I remember saying that the difference between Reyners and a lot of strikers in the league is that a lot of strikers in the league get 1 or 2 chances in the game. Whereas Mamelodi Sundowns at some point was supplying Boma 4 or 5. Like for example, Shalulile's got 2 chances that he had in this game, right? He probably scores the 3rd one, and then in the future we look back and we go, Sundowns. So no, he's got pretty much the same conversion rate as a lot of the other strikers, but it's just that he gets more chances usually. This Sundowns not so much, but that's what usually happens. I see Matthews is no different. I mean, remember the game that Reyners played. The games that Reyners has played, he's hit the post, he's done all of that stuff, you know. So now you sit back and you're like, oh, guys, this is the same type of thing. It's not like our strikers are scoring 1v1, one on 100% strike rate. No. That's why I'm like, hey, maybe we're a little bit harsh on him, man. Tash keeps getting into those spaces, but the finishing is heartbreaking. Thoughts on Goss being picked ahead of Stevens? Bruce doesn't care, guys. Oh, wait, they say Bros. I was told that his name is Bros. It's Hugo Bros. Hugo Bros doesn't care. He doesn't care what you guys think. He will pick who he wants to pick. He will pick who he wants to pick. All we can say is at least... Oh, no, it's going to be mean. I don't want to be mean. But at least we got to see Velimoto actually play and Velimoto go out of the team. Not good for the player, but I mean, for the national team's sake, it was like, okay, there was a chance was given. You couldn't make it. And then they took you out. Stevens should be there. Stevens should be there. Clean sheet king. Peterson should be there. Coach by coach. We need to accept that Matthews doesn't score such chances. Every team has Matthews, Makgopa, Dupreez. Yeah. Penene. Penene. Stellies. Do you know what we need to talk about? We need to talk about Stellenbosch. We need to have a real discussion about Stellenbosch. And the real discussion about Stellenbosch has to come from every time they play these big games and games of consequence and all of that stuff, they literally lose. They literally get a red card or a penalty or something happens every time they play. Chiefs, they always get a red card. I think Pirates not so much, but with the big games, always, they give away something. Timo Werner vibes, gets 7 chances and scores 2. We look at the goals and ignore the missed chances. Bros. You got Bros. Bros used to take up Manyama from Chiefs. Clean sheet king Peterson. Lamtseba. Dale Motsebe man Tombon. But Shasha must take it. It looks like he's going to. It was soft, but gay. Hugo Bros is a visionary. He's rebuilding SA football. Makgopa is way better than Matthews. Is he? I love Makgopaldinho, but scoring is not his shandis, man. This can't be a penalty. Touch and go. Whether he gives it or not, I'm good with either one, eh? Here comes Shasha to take it up. Hi, man. Why is he making us? Okay. Here we go. Oh, Shasha. Yeah, what a penalty. Jeez, what a penalty. Stevens thought it bounced out. Jeez, what a penalty. Yo. Kancane Sundowns yavela. Kancane Sundowns yavela. Yeah, every year. Yeah, Sundowns is weak. Kancane. And honestly, it's these wins. Or one of these ones. You see, goal attempts 4, goals 1. Do you get what I mean? That's why I was saying that we're unfair on some of the guys because it took him 3 tries for him to score on his 4th one, and it's a penalty. Did he do a no look? Did he do it? Hey, did he do it? Yeah, okay. Shasha by popular demand. Oh, now I think, does he have the record now? He has the record, right? Thank you so much, Gent. Thank you for the gifts. Yeah, does he have the record now? Yeah, they keep saving Caruso's job. Yeah, it's the record. Okay. Officially, we're now looking at the man that has scored the most goals in PSL history. The most goals. Shalulile taking that record away from Upele Nomvet. Oh, wow. But are we sure, guys? Because next week they'll say, no, we recounted, it's 133. Anyway, that was a no-look. That was a no-look penalty. I'm sure I saw that no-look. I wish Shasha, do you know what I wish, man? I wish that Shasha could have signed for Kaizer Chiefs so that he could do this at Chiefs. I don't think he'll get the requisite noise. Go Sundowns. The required noise for what has just happened. Okay, guys, it is halftime. Let me just make sure that my graphics are fine. While I do that, Boggs, tell me about the first half. Welcome, champ.
Yeah, OT. Yes, OT. Same old story by Sundowns, holding the ball, having the possession, boring the whole of South Africa as usual.
Yeah.
There's not much to speak about because Stellenbosch were only doing the defending. And Sundowns was just holding the ball.
But isn't that the issue? Isn't that the issue that they hold the ball and they win? Meanwhile, Stellies, we haven't even seen them in this game.
Exactly, OT. And it's boring. They are making us sleep here. We pay a lot to watch Mamelodi Sundowns. But
Yeah.
we are here watching Sundowns only passing the ball. It's now becoming boring. These teams need to start coming out and playing and stop being afraid of Sundowns. Sundowns is not a monster anymore. For you to just sit down and let them have all 86% of the ball possession and when you are not doing anything. It's boring. It's a repetitive thing.
Marabox, isn't this what we've been saying about Sundowns every year when they start? Hey, Mangoba's not good. Hey, the chameleon is no longer Pitso's Sundowns. Hey, isn't this a song we sing every year?
This time we are not singing it. We are preaching it. It's not going well at Sundowns. This time, Raibona Sundowns. They are cracks at Sundowns.
Yeah. Okay.
Truth be told, Sundowns is done. I get about Hona 7 years. Ya Khora, 7 years. Ya Tlala. This is the first year. Ya 7 years. Ya Tlala for Sundowns.
Okay, Boggs, what do we say about Stellenbosch? Because, like you're saying, Stellenbosch came out and they played a game very similar to what other teams might do versus Sundowns. Is this what we're going to see for the rest of the year from everybody? If both Stellenbosch, but so, can we expect Bombo, Obit to play better?
For Stellenbosch, I blame the fact that all 3 big teams, no, all 2 big teams and that one that thinks is a big team that's still winning right now, bought all their good players. So for Stellenbosch, it's a restart again for them to try and build up new players.
Okay.
So I don't think Stellenbosch can travel Sundowns a little today unless they start playing proper football.
Okay, I want to bring in Agent. Agent, my brother, tell me about this game. Welcome.
Barinkana sikelela ukhadusu. Hey. Hey.
He's playing a type
He
of
was
football.
out, he's in now.
Yeah, but now what's happening?
It's Bongan. There was a wise man that said, what did he say? Made Bigan. He's not Mangeta now, he's Zwani. And then after some win, he is now Manget. So even as you're saying, he is Kelela Cardoso now. So yeah, I think. Oh, let me start with the major striking point of the game. Remember with holding the ends or is judged where the holding ends, right?
Okay.
So even if the holding begins outside the area, if it ends inside the area, that's where it is judged, right? Unlike a tackle. So if you look at the holding, I think the problem is people are focusing on the bottom kwatlasi. They're not looking at the holding, which was what it was just for, which
Okay.
is starts and ends inside the box. So I think it's a clear penalty, soft one, but is there a soft goal? Is there a soft penalty? So yeah, let's start there. And then on the game, we're seeing a much better Sundowns, I think, maybe because we have two wingers, even though I don't know if Letlaku is given a free role because he's roaming everywhere.
Inside, yeah.
Inside, outside, left, right,
At
center.
the back.
So I don't know, maybe he's given a free role, but I would have loved him to hug the touchline the way Matthews hugs it. I think Matthews stretches the field so much that it increases our chance of penetrating,
Okay.
but Matthews special. You'll have a good game and then you cancel it off with this special, and then there's no way we can defend him. But interesting game, and it's also interesting that we see Stellies sitting down and are playing a low block, because one would think that against maybe a Sundowns which is not in the best of form, you'd attack it a bit more, you'd be a bit more braver.
Yeah.
So I think that's disappointing, but otherwise I'm happy with the thing. Yeah.
Is this what we're going to expect for the league? Because my question still remains, if Stellenbosch is doing this, can we expect the rest of the teams to do this? And is this how Sundowns wins the league? Just carry 1-0 or 2-0 or whatever.
The thing is, you have to go pound for pound, especially with Sundowns is like this. You have to go pound for pound with it. But under a normal game, you can't, right? Under normal Sundowns. And then what I wanted to say is, when Kaizer Chiefs is beating Stellenbosch, you don't complain. So now it's our turn. Why are people complaining, And also, as the last thing, when we are used to papa and mohodu, sushi doesn't taste nice, crabs doesn't taste nice, so please stick to your mohodu and papa, stick to our sushi and crabs. Bongani, thank you.
Hey, man. Let me go to Shembe, Habibi.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Shasha boom boom boom. Shasha boom boom boom. Mr. Oti,
I'm tired of people always asking me
what's happening,
what's going on. They try to see what's in my head.
Why can't they leave me alone? Fanele ngishaya album le Mamelodi Sundowns. Abangiyeka. Mamelodi Sundowns mixtape coming soon. Greatest striker, Mr. Oti, of all time in history. Mr. Oti, congratulations. Shasha boom, boom, boom. All the way from the dusty roads of Namibia to come and flourish in South Africa. Sedek. But Sedek is not a striker. Banamanga, Mr. Oti.
Yeah.
Banamanga. Now, Shalulile is proving them wrong. Beautiful. More than anything, I love his tenacity, Mr. Oti. So much noise. They try to see what's in my head. So much noise, Mr. Oti. So much it's over for Shalulile. Even me, last season, I was saying, it's time to move on. I was wrong.
Yeah.
I was wrong, Mr. Oti. I was wrong, Mr. Oti. He still has it, Mr. Oti, and I hope that ukhona consistent this season, because this is a warning to the rest of the PSL, Mr. Oti. Yanibonisa Sundowns manje, yabona into enza iSundowns every season ukuthi siqala slow. Kancane sesiyapick up manje.
Yeah.
Yabona le draw ne Chiefs beyokugcina ngci. Manje sebazotopa ama 3 points le kumagesi le evenda ramabhurane Mr. Oti angeke basalimuke Mr. Oti ngeke basalimuke, a bit disappointed with how Stellies is playing. I didn't expect them to sit back as much as I thought they would, as they currently are, especially considering it's a wounded Sundowns, or a Sundowns that people are perceiving as wounded, let me rather say, young son. I thought we'd see Mamelodi Sundowns as Stellenbosch outpacer, ezofaka pressure kulo backline. I'm so mama. Sorry mama. Sorry nana. Okay, sharp.
Oh, present tense.
Oh, yeah, present fathers, Mr. Otsi. Yeah, man, yabo, it's a bit passive lapha bench in the Stellenbosch, yabo. But hopefully, I hope they maintain this. I hope they're consistent. I hope they show up as I hope they show up like this.
Mara, I want to ask you, Shebe, isn't this the thing that Sundowns always does? That, we speak about Pirates and we say, Pirates has games that they should have won that they cry for. Does Sundowns also, on the flip side, have games that they win that maybe people think they should lose, or games where they get a draw and not drop all the points? And now when we wake up finally, it's too late.
Yeah, I definitely do think, because Monga Pexisa, wonke lo msindo khona manje, you'd say that Sundowns has lost a PSL game. But they actually haven't, Mr. Otsi, and I think it's just the expectation that people have that they want Sundowns to win every game. And we have the ability to turn games that we should have lost to salvage Iponteli one, Mr. Otsi, because there is quality in this team, and this team knows how to get across the line, even if it's not that 3 points they see we're hoping for, but they know how to prevent themselves from Bangatopi Luto at all, And I think we're going to see a lot of scrappy games this season, Mr. Otsi, because Amachitwas was Uzi Vela is chilling in Sundowns, like they always say in the beginning of every season, Mr. Otsi. But congratulations, Mamelodi Sundowns, 9-time PSL champions. We did it again, baby. I just want Tash Matthews to start converting those chances, man. Tash is getting himself into those places, but converts on Mr. Otsi. But congratulations, Mamelodi Sundowns, 9-time champions.
I want to bring in CJ. CJ, showstopper, welcome.
Mr. Oti, I don't know whether my calculations, what I see on screen, is true. So it's 130. It's 130 games.
130
goals, 90 odd appearances, and out of that, I see there are 19 goals that he scored on the CAF Championship. And they are counted as in this goals. So
I need to CJ. Every year it's changing.
I'm looking at it on the screen. Just note that the 129 goals scored by Nomvet, they were on South African soil. Ha! South African domestic trophies. Nothing outside the continent. And none of those goals were fraud. That's what I want to say. The fraudsters have benefited.
I don't want to say anything.
What I'm going to say, Mr. Oti, I think Stellies coming out of that low block was actually what's disappointing them in terms of the entering the final third of Sundowns half. Decisive decision making. I'm also disappointed with De Jong in terms of how his decision when he has the ball, he loses the ball quite carelessly. The passes, they are not just connecting as what we thought they would. Other than that, I don't think anything else in this game was actually quite impressive, in particular from Stellies. I get it. They've sold their players. It's a new Stellies. It's not a beefed up Stellies, but for that I give credit. To them. They are not as disjointed as a team that has lost a lot of stars.
But can I ask CJ? Can I ask you? Does Barker have to decide what he wants to do with this team? Because I know we're saying there was a low block, but there's also a front press. And then same against Chiefs, there's a huge gap in the middle. It's like there's two separate teams playing and it keeps killing them. Also, you look at De Jong. We know that De Jong as the number 9 is not a very good player. But De Jong
Yeah.
as a
As a
10,
10.
he's
As
much
a 10
better.
is something else. He doesn't have an 8 that is a ball player. He doesn't have an 8 that is a ball player where he can also play him and De Jong, where they can have those combination passes as well. So other than that, yeah, man, I see Sundowns winning 2-0.
Okay. Let me ask the other guys. Bongs, changes and prediction?
I'm looking for Matthews to go out and you put in Reynas in. And I still see Sundowns win this game because Stellenbosch are just sitting back.
Okay. Agent, changes, prediction?
You know, Mr. Oti, there was a player that I know, or at least that I've heard of, called Pele. You know Pele?
Yeah.
He had this thing of calculating the goals that he scored in his garden, you know. So I'm looking at non-vetter stats here. They don't tell it 129, so somewhere we don't know where they got them from or how they were counted. But anyways, on the changes, let's do this. I'd love to see Oletlagu out for Reynas. I want to see the Shirley Reynas thing again, and then maybe with that we can win 2-0. Because I don't think one not is a safe score with this current Sundowns. Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Reynas is in. I don't think agents saw that they've already made a sub. Reynas is in. I think Sales is out.
Why sales? But anyway, no, guys, thank you so much for joining me. Thank you so much for joining me, guys. 25,000 likes. I'm looking for 25,000 likes. Then I will keep it open and everybody will be able to jump in and tell me what they're thinking. It was a very interesting first half. Stellies continues the pattern that I've spoken about, even against the Chiefs game, the Pirates game, where there's a huge gap between their attack and their defense. And it's very weird because that means if they press, there's a gap in the middle because the defense is doing a low block. But then if the defense is under pressure, the guys up top are too far away to come back and help. So Sundowns should take advantage of that, especially if Stellies is going to try press. Here it is again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 players in the press, right? The moment you play the ball out proper, you'll be able to immediately go on the attack. If they can do the press properly, maybe they'll get something. When it comes to Sundowns, again, intentionality with your movement is very important. Where are you going with the ball? Why is the ball going to certain places? Nazo, caught again from a press. Very well done there by Stellies, by the way. If I'm gonna criticize, at least I can give them credit. But the moment you get the ball, where are you going with the ball? Why are you moving there? Who's getting the ball? Who's meant to play? Where's it supposed to go? This Sundowns, I guess the biggest question I have of them is literally that. It's, guys, Manpeti Paula, what's happening? Australia Sundowns, that yes, they hold the possession, they do all that stuff, but there's triggers all over the place where people can run in, can run out. There's reasons why the ball is moving where it's moving. But with this one, it doesn't seem like there's reason. And I think that's what's killing Abu Shalulile, that's what's killing Abu Matthews, that's what's killing Letlaku. Letlaku seems to be playing in sort of a 10, not even a 10. He's playing a free role. There in the middle. I guess he's more of an Adams replacement than he is a wide replacement in this game. So that is very interesting to watch. My problem with the PSL is this, as Agent said, and a lot of people have been saying, if Sundowns is going to be taken advantage of, it has to be this Sundowns that you take advantage of. There's no other Sundowns that's going to give you the type of chances that this one is going to give you, or while they're still figuring out what they're doing. So to watch Stellies just sit back, now it's 1-0. If Stellies can't beat them or Stellies can't do something, right, what's going to happen with the rest of them? And again, I said during the week when we spoke about Cardoso, I think we're being harsh because he has not lost in the PSL up to this point. So everybody's saying this Sundowns is easy, it's what. The this is still an unbeaten Sundowns in terms of the league. And these are the results that win Sundowns everything while they're still figuring it out and doing all of that stuff. And if enough teams don't step up, they go and win. Jalo nje. So that's why I think we're over-exaggerating Cardoso out. But yeah, anyway. Guys, why do I keep getting these things? Barnes is not on the pitch. No, so it's Barnes is not on the pitch. Imagine. Oh, they're asking for a penalty, ref. Imagine if teams like Amazulu did take their chances. Sundowns would have had a game lost by now. Yeah, but they don't take their chances, Bongs. That's the difference. It's good that Caruso is starting to listen. That's why I said about Cardoso, whenever people have been asking me about Cardoso, I've said that I think he's just trying to put everything on the plate. I used the example in the first half that, guys, sometimes your fridge is full. And Michael and Jalo, you don't know what to pick and where to go because there's just too many options and too many choices. And at some point, you need to just buckle down and say, okay, guys, breakfast is for Kellogg's. I can't have Kellogg's and hamburgers and all of that stuff. I need to pick what I'm going to do and how I'm going to play and keep to it every time I go and play. Hey, sorry about that. So hopefully Cardoso has turned the corner. I'm one person that always says if Sundowns must keep its foot on our necks, man. If the teams are allowing Sundowns to keep its foot on our necks, they must keep winning until somebody steps up. That's what I will always say because they're doing exactly what they need to be doing most of the time. My bro, we controlled the game. We are winning. What's the problem? Says Kincaid. Control. Is control positive or negative? Don't we look at that context too to say that, Reina, Z, what are you doing? Reinas. Matthews was right there. Was it Matthews? He was right there. See, this is what I say when I say that Sundowns needs to decide. I love this. That's what Reyners loves to do. Reyners and Matthews did this last season so many times where Reyners is running off of your centre back, usually the left centre back's shoulder. He gets in behind, he plays it across. It's a tap-in goal. That's where Matthews' goals come from because he misses the other ones, right? So I like that they've picked something, I guess. But let's see. What do you guys feel about the first half? Remember, I'm looking for 25k likes. We are going to be watching the Chiefs game as well after this. So 5:30, we're going to go into the Chiefs game. When this game ends, we'll have a brief discussion as to what's happening. Then we'll go into the Chiefs game and see what's cooking there by Amakosi. Go Moses Mapida. Hey, Moses Mapida on a random Saturday, guys. Not a cup final, a random Saturday. 52 minutes in, guys. Remember, my timer doesn't go all the way up to 90. So if you could please add 45 to whatever my timer says, you'll have the exact time it is right now. So if it says 8 minutes right now, you add 45 and means we're at 53. OT, looking at the penalty call by Stellies, that needed VAR. Do you know what's crazy about VAR, Bongs? I know we love VAR and the idea of VAR and all of that stuff. VAR still comes down to human errors and human decisions, right? Maybe in this case it might have been easier, but a lot of the time, if you look at the mistakes that PG Mole makes, in England, for example, I don't know that VAR is going to change that much outside of maybe validating the people who are watching at times. So, guys, who's going to lead the attack? Go AFCON. Ngwanasese or Lyle? Ngwanasese, guys. Why do we downplay Mahupa's influence? Why do we downplay? Human error when you have a second look is better. Then we know it's straight. Tabang. Every week, PG Ball comes out and apologizes for the mistake they made on VAR and what, and it's not even punished or anything. I can only imagine what's going to happen here. I can only imagine. Can you imagine the day they get something wrong and they speak? Yo. Okay, Mujela's coming onto the pitch for Kiba, which probably means that we're going to see a one-man midfield. Umtiani. And hopefully we see De Jong going to the 10, Mujela going to the 9, with Titus and Kimang, who's the other one? Titus and Lukoran, is it? Next to them. Then you'll see De Jong in action. No, I'm not downplaying Mahop. I'm just wondering, since he's not selected. I like this Bafana. And I like the Bafana team because the questions I've been asking, and you guys know, have been what happens post AFCON and post World Cup. So I think bringing in Bo Rile proper, Bo Nkota proper, Bo Mbogazi gives you runway for maybe the next 3, 4, 5 years to have those guys grow in a team. You know, how they're going to play, I'm unsure, because you don't have what Mwanasesi gives you. You also don't have Zwane. I don't know, but play the ball, go! Titus. Oh, deep boy Titus. Is the lineup out for Chiefs? Oh, Nkosiam, let's see. No, why am I saying Nkosiam? We're unbeaten. This is not the same. Is it out already? Hey, that's confident. Alright, guys, it's not out yet, but I know people already have it. Marawa. But yeah, ours won't even apologize. Oh, our refs saying sorry for our mistakes. Kind of a Man United Dala next door as well. OT, can you read law 12? Let me see. I'll see if I can find it. PSL teams would be punishing this wounded. Should be. Every year they are wounded. Every year they are wounded and no one punishes them. Last year it was Mangoba and Mokwena laughing in press conferences and Budawu not being there and Williams was absent for a little bit. Every year there's a chance. The year before we were saying, oh, this Sundowns is so weak. They just make passes. They don't score. The chameleon is not chameleoning. What is this football we're watching? And both years, records are broken. No, it's not out. Yeah, it's not out yet. Let's see. Law 12. The referee must send off a player when the ball is... if a defender starts holding an attacker outside the penalty area and continues holding inside the penalty area, the referee must award a penalty kick. So that is law 12 in the FIFA rule book. In the IFAB laws of the game. So if a judge is holding, the ref was right to give that penalty. That also tends to self-sabotage. Why change something that's already working? I think he wants Reyners to run at this defense. Stellies doesn't deal well with the running attack. Ghana Pirates won their first 7 games last season and still lost the league. Did they win all their games? I can't remember. I'm still thinking of the Stellenbosch loss from the previous year. I can't remember. No, I think GT, this is what Sundowns does very well. They haven't played too well. They haven't lit the game up on fire, but they're going to leave with 3 points. And they're going to do this over and over and over and over and over again until there comes a time where people wake up. The problem with us, I've always said as South Africans sometimes, as people who watch football in SA, you see Pirates winning 8-1, I think it was Maruma Gallants, you see them winning big, and we put all the focus and attention on those games or those results, but we forget about the other small results. Sundowns doesn't forget about small results. They just keep winning. Whether it was a 1-0 win, whether it was a 4-0 win, whether it was a whatever, they just keep it up. They go on runs. And that's what the best league winning teams most of the time have to do. You look at a Man City. Man City goes on a run. You know, when they were winning leagues, there would be a run of 12 games where they were just winning back to back to back to back to back to back to back. But at 36 points and out of the blue. Now it's a title race. You all thought people were sitting behind. Sundowns goes on runs. And the runs, a lot of the time, are unsexy. 4 players offside. Are unsexy. Sometimes it's these games. Rulani, he was winning these type of games. Chigi, when you wake up, they're gone. That's the thing. But you're under pressure now and not in control. He can't manage the game. Do you know what's funny? I don't know what happened to Caruso, but he used to be the best changer in the league, the best substituter in the league. Like he used to be, he used to be, if something went wrong, he would fix it. I remember giving him credit last year to say, when he sees something wrong in the first half or whatever, he knows what to do to fix it. This season, he hasn't been as confident with his changes, and his changes haven't really changed the game like that, if that makes sense. Pretty much like a lot of the other PSL teams where we change for vibes. We're not defending penalty FC, no penalty. Let me get back to the Sundowns game. Kaizer Chiefs, Chiti, leave us alone. Why? What's with the animosity? Yeah? What's with the animosity? This game is Sundowns' game. What's Kenya game, man? Please. Eh? Not now.
The problem is you're trying to mix things that can't be mixable.
You're trying to mix things that can't be mixable. Chiefs is lalale man. Ow. Okay, so Mamelodi Sundowns has been absorbing a lot of pressure here. And what's interesting is that Sundowns can't park the bus. They're so bad at parking the bus. And this Stellenbosch, as poor as they've been, they still have the ability to counter on you using both Devin Titus. They still have the ability to get a goal or two. To get a goal or two, you know, and that's the scary part that Sundowns needs to look out for in this game if they are going to start sitting back. And if they do sit back, Williams, if they do sit back, you have to release Reyners a couple of times, man. Have Reyners run at the Stellenbosch defense. We've seen him do it once or twice so far in this half. You have to do it more. Yeah, the lineup is not out, guys. The lineup is not out. They usually only do it like an hour before. Mara also Stellies. You've brought Mujela in and you still, yes, can De Jong play that role? Thank you. Can De Jong play the role, Manau? Put Mujela up into the center. I don't understand. Coach Barker, they're bad at parking the bus because they're not used to. They must ask Getafe how to park the bus. because let's be honest. I think a lot of us feel as though parking the bus It's just a numbers game. But it's also about organization and structure. You don't just say we've got 6 players, don't take him out. Okay, Lekoloane and Yinaya. Okay, and Yinaya had a yellow card. So I guess I understand it. Langelihle Pili and Mrobodi come onto the pitch. You see, then Coach Barker does this irritating thing when now, even though the score is 1-0, he's going to take all of his attacking players or a lot of his attacking players, throw them onto the pitch, and they'll be completely open at the back. Completely open. And that is where, if Sales was still on the pitch, and or Sales was coming on to replace Shasha, the way Shasha doesn't want to hear from the coach, guys. Like, do these guys know that there's cameras on them all the time? Like, Shasha, Caruso's trying to say something to him, and he just went, hey, dog, Ntlogele Joe. See, if Sales was still on the pitch, this game ends 4-0. Adams doesn't have a role at Sundowns yet. They only changed Duba for Dupreez. Kanatitis is the last remaining stock of Stellies after Paris Chiefs and Downs. Yeah. I'm not sure. It was 1-0 halftime with Amazulu leading. Stellies must play Sundowns. It's not that scary. Don't sit back. But don't be stupid. That's my biggest thing. Just don't be stupid. Just because you want to play positively. I wonder this all or nothing thing that teams do versus Sundowns is also what kills them at times. That thing you defend all the way. Then you losing 1-0. You want to throw everybody forward and then you lose 3. You shouldn't be stupid. Lukaku's movement off the ball is poor. Andile, I even forgot that he was on the pitch, to be honest with you. So he takes Shasha out for Adams. A goal for Stellies is loading, says Fandinom. Touchline Story says, with the subs Sundowns are making, they want to defend, but indirectly trying to hold the ball more. And they've tried that a couple of games, man. It doesn't work. It doesn't. Just dominate the whole game, man. Stellies are getting in that box. What they do in the box is questionable, but Chiefs bench is a bit weak defensively. Has it released, well? I'm busy refreshing Twitter here to see if it has released yet. I don't like touching my phone during the stuff, but let's see. There's only so many changes that they can make, eh? Yeah, the social media guys haven't released anything. I guess idiski fans were reporting. Yeah, far post. Sarabone far post there. So according to Farpost, Peterson, Makokwinika, Miguel Munyane, Ndlovu Mthethwa, Shabalala, Modi Lilepo, Dupreez is the starting lineup for Chiefs. Just by the way, the lack of chances created is such a poor product that we're served with our DSTV subscriptions. And Andile, I remember we were speaking about, there was a conversation about clean sheets and all of that in the league and Ronwen. And I was saying that the clean sheet stats is actually pretty interesting because we're in a low scoring league. There's a lot of goalkeepers that have clean sheets just because, not even because they're good, just because. So like Williams had 11, Chain had 10, Magula had 10, Chipazeze I think had 9 or 10. Like, it's very, very close, for example. And that's just because we don't score, man. We don't score. Shebile one pali, man. Even the type of goals we score. I mean, we've just watched 69 minutes of Sundowns versus Stellies, and the goal came from a penalty. You know, you watch Pirates and they score out of the blue. It's not even something that you've put together all peggy and you're going to go score. The ball bobbled up, they score, they go home. You know, you look at the Chiefs, chances created, Mara. They've only scored 4 goals. Let me see. Yeah, they've only scored 4 goals in their first 4 games. Like, that's insane, man. Goal. Who's that? That's why. You see, look at that. You can't even hit the goalkeeper or make the goalkeeper work or put it on target. Letaku. You can't even. Give that same chance to a Premier League striker. And Reina's wanted that ball, eh? Hey, Reina's wanted that ball back, eh? OT. Not yet. I still got this defensive football of his taking us nowhere. Now we don't have a coach here since the AND. Cheapest says 11. Was it 11? Never. Now Caruso on stress Hashem this season. He's playing God and God doesn't play soccer. Litako being selfish. He'll take out Litako and put Lebusa on. For teams to beat Sundowns, they should look at the strange subs Sundowns do. Stellenbosch won't win the MTN 8 final. I question sometimes what happens at practice. Now I've said this so many times, Andile, where I'm like, I just want to attend a practice session. Like if I could just go to a week's worth of practice sessions that these teams have. Not only do I question like shooting and stuff, like I genuinely just want to, you know, when you talk to the players, they're very smart chaps. Like when you talk to the guys about the game and stuff, you can tell that there's a light on somewhere. So I don't know if Kabanyata, in that maybe it's harder than it looks on the pitch, but some of the decision making, some of the things they do, is like, do you guys have video sessions? What do you learn from the video sessions? Do you guys practice some of the things, or is the scheduling too tight? But even if the scheduling is too tight, are you guys not sitting by yourselves and thinking, okay, I watched the game, I was doing this and this and this wrong, I should improve on this and this. Like, I just wonder how much investment they have in the game, because it doesn't feel like, and where you see it is the patterns. You see patterns over and over and over again. Like, I could tell you what Stellies is trying to do, and I don't even watch Stellies games like that. As simply as that, I could tell you. Or, you know, Sundowns and its issues. Or that Sundowns likes to start defending at this point with Caruso, for example, but there's no lead defender or lead person who's moving them around there. Right? Don't they do this? Amazulu doesn't want to score the second goal. Will cry if Makesi equalizes. You see, same situation as Sundowns. It's the same thing. Caruso must be an assistant coach and get a straw. Maybe it'll work, yo. I'm like, why hasn't Matthews gotten better at finishing? South African football is far behind OT. I get it when we talk, we are hating, says GT. Pitso used to give players homework to improve them. But just one-on-one. Like I again, the examples that I always use. Guys, remember, these guys are professional football players. No one on this pitch is a part-timer. No one on this pitch has the excuse of not having time, has the excuse of all of that stuff, or thinking about where their money is going to come from and stuff like that, right? So, you know, you watch the NFL, you watch the NBA, even in their off time, a lot of the big players, the good players, get their own shooting coaches and their own whatever coaches and movement coaches who can just take them through some of the stuff, right? Like, Agent, this is member privilege because we're not at 25. So tell me, what do you want to jump in and say?
You know, for once, okay, not for us. Of recent, I have to defend the tactic here, right? If you look at the first, obviously you don't know why he took out Sales. Maybe it could be the yellow card, could be we don't know why, but he took him out for some reason. And Sundowns always concedes a goal when you take out Matthews and Sales. Sometimes you have to ask yourself why, because it can't be a coincidence when it's always, but we're not there. The thing is, if you look at from minute 46 to minute 60, Stellenbosch had majority of the ball. We were playing a lot of long balls. We're losing balls. So what do? You sacrifice one of your strikers and bring in someone who can come and hold the ball and help hold the ball. If you look now, we are holding the ball much better than we did in the first 15 minutes. So for me, at least, it made sense why you introduce a Jayden so that he can have control of the ball.
I think my only problem is that when Sundowns does their defensive thing, it becomes similar to the complaint that I always have personally about teams just defending and not having an outlet. You know what I mean? Like, I'd love to see in the defensive phases, let Rainers run at the defense a little bit more. You know what I mean? Trigger,
Yeah, no, I get you. The one thing about us is, again, when we're in defensive mode, we still want to pass the ball. That's the problem, that when we're in defensive mode, we should know that when we're in defensive mode, we play transition football.
Yeah.
We should transition fast, and have more long balls to Rainers. I think maybe that's a detail that they need to have to work on. But for me, I think the Jayden substitution I'm not complaining about it on my side, at least.
Do you know what I'm afraid of, Agent? I'm afraid everything is going right. And then 1-0 is 1-0. I ring Rulani is the most deceptive score, whatever. 1-0 is 1-0. And Stellenbosch, by luck, do something and they score. Now it's 1-1 and you have to start over again. You know what I mean? And you have to...
And that's why I came in before that goal happens.
You get what I mean?
Because the thing is, it happened against Pirates twice. It happened against Pyramids. It's a pattern that that Sundowns don't know how to defend a 1-0 lead. As I came and say, in as much as before the goal comes in, the tactics makes right. Before I get overpowered by emotions and say the tactic was right. It has brought some needed stability. But Sundowns needs to at least have a second goal, because 1-0 Stellenbosch, mistake happens, they score. But guys, let's have it easy on Cardoso, guys, please, man. Thank you.
Okay, no, thank you, Agent. Guys, 77 minutes in. Remember, I'm looking for 25k. Agent just so happens to be a member. If you want to be a member, send me a DM. I know I keep saying it, but please send me a DM, and I'll reply and tell you how you're able to do it. I lean on the members quite a bit. So these are some of the perks. Because when the season's on and when I've been having my issues, we haven't been able to have members shows. So these are some of the perks that the members have. They can jump in anytime. So I think it's an interesting conversation. Like, I understand why Sundowns does this. I get it. My issue is that it's too close and they've lost too many. Well, they tend to lose too many of these games when they start doing this. Now, in the league, usually it's a little bit different. The teams tend to not fight back. They have more to lose, I guess, or they think they have more to lose in the game. So they don't really go at Sundowns when Sundowns is doing that defensive thing, right? But in cup games and games of consequence, that's what loses Sundowns the games. Remember, a goal doesn't need to come from a well-worked play. Sometimes Stellenbosch will get a ball here. Nku will just hit a cross. Williams won't be able to deal with it. Chiki goliki 1-1. Now it's back to having 1 point instead of having 3, right? And it goes back to being half and half. So, offside. Oh, Mujela le offside. Was that not offside? Oh, okay. It goes back to the thing that I always complain about with South African football. I always complain about South African football that Be defensive. It's okay to be defensive in sets, but do something when you've got the ball. Stellies was defensive for some of this game. Didn't know what to do to release the guys up top to go play. You get what I mean? Same with Sundowns now. Urenas was on the pitch. We haven't seen him. Matthews, we haven't seen him. It's only every now and then that we see them pop out. But again, then what are they doing on the pitch? If not, we win the ball back. Let's play it out to them. We know Mangoba had taught them how to transition. We know they look dangerous on transition. You know. Obas out. Debs are on. Matthews off. Kwalame mati metsa kena, kwalame mati. Hey, man, coach. He's got to defend for the last 14 minutes. I don't know. But Stellies took out De Jong, so nabo. Coach Barker, Lena needs subs. Yo. Lena, Coach Barker needs subs. He needs to be asked questions. Yeah, 25k, guys. It's always 25k. I'm being lenient. Remember, we're going to be here for 2 matches. So there's going to still be time after this game, in between the end of this game and the start of the next game. 25k. Then for the Chiefs game, it must be 60. Hamba kanjalo, man. Parking the bus, game over, says Tabang. Tabang! Parking the bus doesn't mean the game is done. Parking the bus. Aye. Guys, do you think Mojela misses TS Galaxy? Anyway, yeah, I was at TS Galaxy. I wonder if he misses TS Galaxy. The way that Abu Puso have now stepped up and how they're playing. You see, touchline, we're getting into 25 just now. Big team text, Tabak. Big team text. 81 minutes in, Sundowns still leading Stellenbosch 1-0. Very, very interesting. Msiana says, I never thought Sundowns would ever play like this. Hey, Tepa touchline. Here comes the throw in from TSK, from Stellies, playing the ball in there, trying to catch Sundowns out to the set play. Oh, here's another thing that I don't understand about Sundowns now. So the other thing I don't understand about Sundowns is they've also adopted this mentality when they win the ball back in these times, or there's this a chance to win the ball. Yeah, guys, please mute when you come in. There's a mentality to just hoof the ball up. Like they just try clear it, however. Like you see there's 3 Sundowns players in a line. You could put that ball down and make a pass. But then they just want to clear it. Like it feels like it's a proper instruction that guys, Reko tibang, when the ball comes in, you kick it out. You know? But let me hear what Andile has to say. Andile, welcome to the show. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good, but brother. 83 minutes in. Tell me about this game.
Not the most exciting match. I mean, even if you count chances created, most of them happened in the first half. Few of them should have been put behind and the back of the net. We didn't see that. Because also goals change the outlook of the game. It allows the game to open up a bit more as well. But I think, yeah, I just feel maybe pinpoint on certain players. Like I said, I think Letlaku was given a full opportunity. The thing is, the fans always crying for certain players to get opportunities, and I kind of understood Cardoso when it came to Mabena and Letlaku, because I also noticed even with Mabena does not have a football brain at all. He just runs. He's quick and he can run, and everyone's excited about him. But the thing is, what are these kids getting trained in terms of football, understanding space, understanding moments in the game? understanding when you're in a 1v1 situation, you choose when to accelerate and decelerate. Like, I don't understand how these kids are not learning these things. Like, we literally just have to watch soccer and pick up these things. Like, because if you watch like an EPL winger, you understand that the guy. You look at Doku, for example. I put Mabena in the same kind of player type as Doku. Doku receives the ball. He knows when to pass it. He knows when to take a one-on-one situation with the defender. Why don't you watch those players and figure out what they're doing and make sense of like how to approach your game? So I think like there's just a lack of football understanding like across the league a lot of the times that I'm seeing.
Do you think that? Do you think that
all
our
see
teams?
that we do have talent, and we talk about us having talent.
No, I wanted to ask you, do you think that our teams prioritize that in general? So do you think that in terms of attacking play, is it a thing that our teams actually focus on and coach these players how to do this, how to move, how to do that? Or is it just a case of you've got it or you don't? I mean, I've heard Gavin Hunt speak about it and he says, you know, you can't buy some of the final third finishing. No, you can buy it. The guys that are really good will go. Do you think that we prioritize it as something that's part of a system? If that makes sense. Andile, can you hear me?
Yeah, I don't think we focus enough on it because I'll tell you why. Yeah, I got most of what you said. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, I got most of what you said. Yeah, I think we don't focus enough on the right things. So, for example, the main thing we don't focus on is efficiency. I've noticed that. Even as supporters, it's funny. I saw this clip of Mbule playing a 1-2 with Mbata. It's on TikTok and everyone's praising that clip. And what I'm picking up in that clip is, yes, they're controlling the ball nicely, but there was a point there. There was an easy option for Mbule to play out of the press and change the play to the other side. There was a guy open in the middle, and Bullet decides to play like a little flick back to Mbata, and it looks cool and it looks nice and it looks flashy, and it's style. It's style. It represents our soccer, but it's not efficient. That's the thing. It's just not efficient. That's the reality of it, and I don't think we focus enough on playing efficiency. I've even noticed with Sundowns. Sundowns will break the press, the front press, get into the last third of the opposition, and then all of a sudden they end up playing all the way back to their own goalkeeper, and then you're like, what was the point of that? Because you literally did the thing that you were supposed to do, which is beat the front press and got to the third half of the opposition, and then you ended up all the way back to your own goalkeeper again. Like, it honestly just doesn't make sense sometimes. But yeah, I think for me, a lot of work needs to be done in terms of efficiencies on the ball and off the ball running to create more third half opportunities, and obviously the execution portion as well needs to improve, which is practice, which is simply just practice.
For time, I'm gonna jump in. Let me bring it to Bongs. Bongs.
Yeah.
88 minutes in. Sundowns still 1-0. Orenka came.
You see, OT, I've just come to a realization no. We tend to question what coaches do of these changes. We sit here each and every week. We try to analyze what coaches do. But one thing for Rona, those licenses they know what they are doing. They know how they set their game plans. But now Rona no question of why they change certain players. For example, Ramona untite sales. And sales is the most efficient player in Sundowns because most of the hard work nowadays, since I improve the game high over Matthews as I scoring the goal. Then another question. Practice. So we can't question what Cardoso is doing. Even if 15 minutes of the game, some weird changes. You know why I those weird changes. So we should not question what coaches do in the game.
Marabongs, if the result is not forthcoming, shouldn't you question that Mara lento akias Lisa man?
Maybe it's because the players can't understand the way abatlong abapaleka thing. It takes time for a plan to work. It can't just work magically in just 1 game or 2 games. It has to take time. Things take time already. So harata mo questiona his way of playing. So re tshwantse re be patient le yena re motlela a dlale that weird game plan e bapalang ha change in the second half.
But bongs, Marabongs, can I? Okay, so how do we get our teams better? Then how do we get our teams to maybe the international level of efficiency? Kabane, I think strategy is one thing, tactics are one thing. Mara basic, ushevenali pali wakora. Basic, there's a pass that's open, put the ball through. Should we question coaches for those things as well?
No, it's the players. It's the players' problem because until we will right now, with all the hard work, get into the box, then jiggy, now you are passing the ball back to your goalkeeper, which is wrong because you could have just taken a shot there and finished a goal and gotten a goal.
Okay.
So it's up to the players' level, and it's not only the coach's problem. You're winner or again in the box, so you got a chance, but you didn't take the chance.
So then can I ask you, if we know this and the coach keeps playing them or keeps playing the ball the same way, don't we question the coach at that point to say, Mara Coach Luena, we now know the patterns? Like, for example, if Stellenbosch scores here, don't you look at Caruso and say, Mara Caruso, how many times are you going to lose this way before you change something, let's say?
Fine. Say they equalize, yes. But say the tactic works. The way Ayaba Petenga thing, he did all those weird changes and he still manages to win. Are we going to say now the coach is a master tactician?
Now the result is the result. I mean, I'm a results person. As long as if he's winning,
So
you can't question someone who's winning.
Exactly. As long as you get your win and go by your day, that's it. You won. If it is, I won the next game.
Okay, Boggs. For time, I want to jump in, guys. We've got 3 minutes left. Patrick, welcome to the show. How are you?
Hi, Shabmazoti. Worried for national team in Namo.
Man, Pirates are a man.
Wadu. They are the first, they are half, 45 minutes teams now.
Yeah.
They only play for 45 minutes, the rest of the 45 minutes, they are not there. Both teams. so we can't say that. So,
Maruta Luki is a Bruce man. Pros. How am I pros?
His record is good, Mara. I'm not sure. Play your best players. Look, I'm a Paris fan. You know this. I believe play players on merits, not on the teams that they play for. There's some players that are playing beautifully. By the way, Magesi has equalized. Just information. So there are players that are playing well that you can pick. Even if I believe even if a team is not playing well, but a certain player is playing well, you need to recognize that, regardless of Ronaldo or what's happening in that. If the player is playing well, even under circumstances that are bad, you can still pick that player for the benefit of the squad. But anyway, what are we? Is just the way Pirates played last season. Sundowns is tending to the Pirates. They score 1 goal and try to defend it. I don't know how. I don't know. I just don't see what's happening here or now. What formation Sundowns is playing now. I think they do miss Mdau. I mean, Sailor gave them a lot of width on the right side, and now he used to be that person that can just come in and just bully and force the left wing, the left back, center back, I think, to push and try to follow him, while Reyners and Shalula would exploit that space, that space that's left there. So now there's nobody who's actually pushing that Sundowns to those with Sundowns is playing more central, and it's easy for teams now to defend that. They're not even using their their wing backs anymore, because now there's nobody is exploiting that position that the Sailor was offering them. So I don't think this Cardoso, I don't know. I can't make up his tactics. I've tried to see his tactics. All I know is that around 75th minute he's gonna make a useless change, and then the other team will come back. Likely for today.
Mara, if he wins the games, he's got the most wins record copious in PSL history. If he wins the games,
At the moment, yes, he is winning the games. But for how long is this going to catch up with him? Because now, the more you play like this, the more teams get confident in playing you. You're more likely to lose the league in the second half of the season. Because now, it's very difficult for teams to stop playing their patterns. If you create a pattern from the beginning of saying, I'm just going to play flat the entire 90 minutes, that means the other teams are going to start attacking you. Before, teams were even scared to come out against Sundowns. But right now, we can see bravery. We can see teams are brave enough to push forward, to put numbers against Sundowns, which tells a story about how Sundowns is set up these days.
Okay. For time, I'm going to jump in. I want to bring in Touchline Stories. Touchline Stories, welcome.
Hello, Prauti.
How are you, my brother?
I'm good, thanks. And you?
This game is finished. How do you feel about it?
I can say it was a good game to watch because of how the game was played. It was more of changing the ball forward from the back straight. Yeah, so I think there's something that they need to fix. I don't think this is something that they are doing in training. But I also understand Cardoso. I think this coach is working with what they have currently. Because the only creative player I see in that Sundowns team, it's Usals. And I can see that it's a little bit fatigued. Yeah, I think that's what he has to do now.
So, but Mara, we're saying the little he has. This is still maybe the best or second best squad in the league. Aren't we giving him a little bit too much grace, man?
Look, I think as people, like, we don't know what we want. Last season, we were crying for Umapena and also Litlak. I think these players are the players that you can introduce when the team is currently doing well. These players, they are not creative. They are not creative. Sometimes we need to be honest. I still think these players, they still need to go to training and master their craft and master how they want to play. I agree with, I don't know who was it, but someone did say this. I think Umapena, like sometimes when he has the ball, he doesn't know what to do. So that's also kill his Sundowns. Sometimes we think that critics knock the player out, but it actually builds guys. So I don't see that creativity. So I just think Ukados is working with something that he actually have for now.
Okay, no, my brother, thank you so much. Before I let Agent in, full time, Mamelodi Sundowns has won 3 points in the bag. Siyakhala, but defender, Bayenzani. Sundowns has taken 3 points, and will all of these 3 points add up to a win like it normally does? Agent, 1-0 to the Sundowns. Is that what you should be saying now?
Hey, Miguel Mazibuku Cardoso. Ay. I don't know, we're playing 10-1-1, what 11-0 at the end there. I don't know, eh?
Yeah.
I don't know why you have to defend with the ball. Like, defend with the ball. You know, when you introduced Adams, I knew I was gonna mess it up. Hence, I had to come and defend that one substitution. I knew I was gonna.
Hey, mute. Oh, yeah, hey.
Hey, we don't have eyes. He wants to finish our ears. How, guys? The senses that could give us are fake. Anyways, you know, there's a reason why I defended the Adams substitution, because I knew he was gonna try and defend. You know, everything else that happens under Adams doesn't make sense. It doesn't. Why are you defending like deep like that? You know, maybe the only logical explanation that someone gave in the comments was, what if he's just preparing for CAF? But hey, you must ask Mangob tried to prepare for CAF with the league, and he didn't see it to end, you know. But, you know, again, another thing that I wanted to touch on was, hey, someone said it, you know, that there is this narrative of trying to reward young stars, especially defenders. We always see it with Omega Modaga, we always see it with Aiden McCarthy, we always see it with Pirates defenders. We see these things. It's like the best dressed fan. It's not like we don't see that as the ladies. We see these things, but we ignore them. So I don't think our youngsters are developed enough. Even Okoz, I don't think he was my man of the match. He has a knack of causing unnecessary fouls around the box.
Yeah.
I remember there was a game in CAF Champions League. I don't know if it was Esperance or which game it was, but he came in, Caruso doing the Caruso thing of trying to defend. He came in and immediately got in, he caused a foul. Just right in front, you know. And I've seen him doing this over and over again. I think that's something that he needs to work on. Ole Tlhabushe, the only reason why he played 90 is because Sales couldn't play 90 for whatever reason. Oma Bena, enough said, the better. The lesser said, the better.
But Agent, I want to ask you, when do we look at the league snacks? Because I'm hearing everybody speak about the problems and speak about like khoza, libo, litlaku, and all of that stuff. But yet Sundowns has 3 points again in the bag. Yes, we're criticizing Sundowns for some of the things that have happened, Mara, Agent, this is Stellenbosch. This is meant to be a better game, you know, and this is how Sundowns wins the league over and over and over again. That even with the errors in the substitutions and all of that stuff, Oksala, 3 points.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. That's why Sundowns fails in cup competitions. Because in cup competitions, these things are punishable.
You can't get away with it.
You can't get away with it, you know. But again, this is a different. You know, we used to have squeaky bum time even last season, even under Coach Rulani, even under Coach Pitso. Yeah, but this one, I don't know. Maybe it's the trauma that we have of Pirates, maybe. But hey, I was beginning to saw it. I was like that, you know, towards the end. You know. So, you know, defending and being scared that the team can concede. I mean, can score. Hey, this game, it sounded different. It looked different from the other ones. But let's support the coach, guys. Thank you, man.
Let me go to Tyler. Tyler, before you say anything, I want to ask you a question.
Yes.
Tyler, okay. What do you say to people that might argue that yes, Sundowns is defending deep, but it's better to clear the ball than to play it out and make a mistake like they normally do?
Yeah, I think when OT they're looking at their situation because they know what they're not at the best at the moment. So they went there to try and result, get something out of it, even if it's they didn't want a draw. Obviously, that's why they were pushing high.
Yeah.
First half, you know, they gave it their all in the first half. And Stellies, you could see they were desperately defending there. But HOT, I don't think these guys are going to win this league this season.
Honestly, look at how they play against Chiefs. Like this is becoming a thing now. Sundowns, you know how they started the league, how they played against Chiefs. I think this game was just to save the coach, you know, from the talks and the noise. You know, you can see how frustrating, you know, how frustrated he was over this game. But it's not sustainable. It's not sustainable. Why? Because he doesn't have a plan B. You know, he's not a coach with a plan B. His plan B is to defend, is to put a defender. You know, he doesn't. That's what frustrates me about this coach. We've seen better coaching on OT in South African. I know people will say, you know, ngiyazithanda South African coaches, but I do. We've seen better coaching on OT in South African coaches. They don't put defenders when they win and they're under attack. They try to play football. You know, they try to play progressive football. But under Cardoso, yeah, he brings that northern football in the PSL. The minute you
Marathaila bayadliwa. Now abo Baka bayadliwa, abo progressive coach bayadliwa. This man is still unbeaten right now. Even when you speak about the Chiefs game, it's still a point. Abanye bayadliwa. Chiefs could have won that game. They didn't win it. It was 0-0. Are we not being unfair on the poor Cardoso man?
OT man. No, guys, we've seen better coaching. There's no coach there. Honestly, guys. Like if you understand football to the T and you grow up in football, you'll get to understand there's no coach there. Honestly, like let's be honest and be frank about it. There's no coaching. You've seen it when he was playing in the CAF Champions final. You saw the blunder that person was doing. Blunders after blunder. First leg, second leg, he was doing blunders. Even go Club World Cup, at least he tried to sustain a better, you know, balance. And the players were better motivated to play, to be scouted, you know. So that's what helped him. But 3 games, I don't think he's going to last 10 games to Sundowns, honestly.
Marathaila. Can we have the full one? I mean, now, can we have the full one though? Because again, yes, we complain about the Champions League final. He got to Champions League final. Yes,
This is the conversation you had with Ngululeko and the other guy.
He got to a final. We're complaining about a style of play. He broke the wins record last year. Even now, we're saying that he's bad. Sundowns is number 1, unbeaten still. Like I'm just saying, man.
You know what he did, ne? He didn't change much when he got here, when he got to Sundowns. He studied them. But okay, you know, to play this type of football. So I must not change much. Right? He didn't change much. They were playing the same football Rulani was playing. Same football, but this time around, it was an element of dirtiness because they were chowing. They knew how to chow time to win, to go to the final. That's the only thing he introduced here. This guy, nothing else special. Even yourself, you even ask, should we say now this what Shushan and piano thing works, or should we play a negative football to see ourselves in the final? That was your constant and consistent question last season. Because
he got to the final.
Because of the football he introduced in Sundowns. And now that football is coming and catching up with him. Now they need to be coaching now. There is no coaching now. What happened when Ribeiro is out? What do we do?
They're number 1. They're number 1 on the lot.
Artificial number 1. Artificial number 1.
However you want to slice it. Artificial. Artificial. By luck. By this.
If Chiefs win, they are number 1. If
For
Chiefs
how
win,
long?
they are number 1.
For how long?
That's why I'm saying it's artificial. It's not sustainable. It's not sustainable. Even the football they're playing.
Marathaila, you're being unfair. Last year he was sustainable. He hasn't done. Whatever you're saying right now, Oksala, he still hasn't lost. Whether however you slice, I'm not saying I
Hasn't
like
lost.
Cardoso.
Okay.
I'm not saying I
He's
like
still-
Cardoso football. Mara
He's still
kuparibe
playing-
fair.
he hasn't lost, ne? He's still going to play Sekukone. He's still going to play Pirates. He's still going to play TS Galaxy. And these three teams, they're giving him a headache. These three teams. And Chiefs now is in the mix of that. Because we've seen how Chiefs have played against them. They match them pound to pound.
But they
These
couldn't
guys are
win.
going to take this league, guys, unless there is something they go to the market. Get a better Ribeiro or closer Ribeiro player so that you can introduce the same football you were playing last season. That's it.
Okay.
That's the only thing that can help you.
No,
And
yeah.
I must say, these guys have got 60 games in their legs, guys.
Lemo.
They're tired. Look at Mokwena, look at Allende. The whole, spine of the team is loose, you know. There's no spine, it's not strong spine, Sabo. I'm even worried about Bafana now. Eish, guys.
But it's still number one, Tyler. But anyway, it's fine. It's fine.
Oh,
It's fine. But guys, wouldn't we give him more credit? No Ribeiro, everything we're saying about fatigue and all that. Guys, they're number one. Doesn't he get credit? But it's fine. Let me bring in Vuya. Vuya, welcome.
OT,
How are you, my brother?
I'm good, man. Yazi,
Uthi ngeke.
I know, iSundowns winning. Who cares? Who cares? It doesn't
Yeah.
matter. A win, it's a win. A win, it's a win. Nomgadala, a beautiful football in South Africa. You never get that award. Well done, Coach Rulani. This is the award. Who cares? No, Route 1, I don't care. As long as they keep winning, it doesn't
Yeah.
matter, OT. Sometimes you'll win some of the games ugly. It's part
Yeah.
of football.
Yeah.
We saw it all over the world. If you've been watching football, you will win some of the games ugly. Sometimes, I'm a player of Sundowns, we must admit. The PSL, they are learning the team. Sundowns need to change some of the things.
Yeah.
So, Rulani, don't tell me about Rulani, my brother. It's gone. It's no longer a part of Sundowns. And we can't compare Rulani with this coach. Rulani is the best, according to everyone.
Yeah.
So, but he didn't do anything. He failed at some point. So Rulani was the best coach ever coached Sundowns, according to everyone. But let's wait and see.
Mara Vuyo, before you go, mina ngifuna ukubuza ukuthi anti le ndaba yokuba best ama result awangeni kule ndaba yokuba best, because I'm hearing everybody saying the football was beautiful and all of that stuff, but last year ucoach ungenile wangena ku final, whether by luck or uku final, ucoach ungenile, he has the most wins ku PSL era, whether by luck or and ama result angena nini la man. Maybe you can understand it better from abanye abantu when you listen to them. I don't understand it.
Yeah, Leo show effect OT. You can't run away from effect, yabo. So, but yeah, kuyangokuthi uthanda which solo, which your favorite coach, a lot of things all stand with a certain coach because of, according to my understanding, with the stats all over the season of last season, even in the league, the goals and everything, ball position, the best coach ever, he still stand Coach Cardoso. Unless you're an eye drop, even in the game, the previous game, Kaizer Chiefs, he have the ball position, even though in Anikala, both first half and second half, most passes, most everything, but you still crying.
Yeah.
Kaizer Chiefs was defending very nice, shifting very nice. So, and it's not the first time OT. Remember the 2-1. Remember the 1-0 repair. You done the same thing. It's just that it was unfortunately you never won those games.
Okay, no, Vuyo, thank you so much. Let me see the comments before I let Prastobi in. Ungene finally poor performance. But guys, again, this is why I'm saying Guti. I don't understand. He got to a final. Everybody's saying it's by luck, by poor performance. So for 8 seasons since 2016, Sundowns ungena ku final. There was no luck. There was no bad play that could get them in. Like, I don't understand why is that used as the bar. because whether you like it or not, he did something that Sundowns couldn't do for 8 seasons. Whether it's by luck, shooting no rulani bekshota luck, or he didn't have luck. After 8 seasons, guys, I feel like that's a pattern, no? So whether you like it or not, that's why I look at results. If your beautiful football is getting you results, I would give the same credit that I'm giving. So if somebody comes in and it's ugly, they won ugly. Oxalai, or they won. End of the day, you waited 8 seasons with a beautiful football. It wasn't doing the thing. Now, even by luck. Namanje, ugly football. He makes the changes. He does this. He does that. Guys, you're top of the log, unbeaten right now. What more? Like, what more must the coach do? I don't understand. Prastomi, welcome.
Hey, OG.
Maybe when you understand it better. Minangaz.
Hey, OT, let's start here. Let us congratulate you firstly by giving to Tyler Robella to pour a lot of water at Tyler. Or Tyler Shabazz with waters.
Yeah.
Let us be honest. Sundowns, we first half played very well. And the only thing that was lacking, it was to score more goals. And what was lacking, it was he play Stellies. I think Stellies was struggling with first half. And you could see but Stellies was sitting at the back play game so much. That is why by Sundowns he was so fluent in playing. And Unansika Obas had a great first half. 100% with first half. Ebengenzi fouls eziningi, passing yakhe was right.
Yeah.
Interception was right. Matthews on that side, he was so isolated in that game, and he only been game because each and every time when the Sundowns switches play, he was like young Fumana with the ball. Letago first half was great. But what was lacking, it was something otherwise first half Sundowns was playing very well. Then come second half, we had a lot of problems, and coach where Steve Park had to come with a greater plan and talk to his players because Ulikoloane, De Jong and Titus bebengabonakali first half. Then he had to do a discussion with them, but a team is not playing because anidlali kule game. Then you started to see isiza idlala inansika Stellies. But again, once in the verse Coupe game was that once wafumana la card Obas. So kwafuneka abe careful in this game. And that is why abane problem coach Cardoso kwi games zakhe because inayenzayo once ascore ku second half team ayibuyiyo enye into, then it depends a lot from high line buyangiqabela. And if it wasn't for alignment or referee abenze za calls offside, because sometimes zingabonakala sina VAR, sometimes bezingabonakala, so it becomes too risky for a team to depend with high line, more especially when we are leading with 1 goal. So you could see a lot of as a offside trap essence why Sundowns the high line. Then you see Umudiba ebedlala namhlanje the great game. No Cupido, I think Umdu was supposed to be a man of the match today, was between Cupido and Motiba because Gabon and Babonil had a great game. Because at time you are born by it works with second half, team field. Then what in and turn is that because Ukoshka was so predictable, even when we changes that we knew Zodlalo Adams. I could not see Adams the whole 45 minutes. Game and it wasn't helping the team. Then uLetlaka njengoba benikwe first half udlalile first half, but the problem ebengabonakala second half. Then coach uChincha Kade had to keep him in the game for a very long time because we're supposed to keep ekudala. And I like the change ngoba okay, if ngizokhuphula uLetlaka ndizenzilunga konyanzeleka push up front uModiba. So he plan it was okay, But abantu who had the great second half, it was Stellies.
So-
And that is
so-
why
No, Presto, man, just this time I wanted to ask you, is it going to be a case this year again that maybe Sundowns doesn't have everything right, but our teams don't know how to take advantage of that? Because as much as we're speaking about Stellies and the high line and the defending, I think the stats say they had one shot and that was not on target the whole game. Is that going to be the story of the league, that even though Sundowns may be shaking, they have holes, nobody's going to be able to take advantage of it? Now, Chiefs, it ended 0-0, for example.
yeah, i-Sundowns when uthi unowazi uba bayi-understand uba it is a long journey to play i-league. At times izabakhosta le nto yale high line, but at times izabasebenzela when they score i-second goal babe ne-2 goals abalida ngayo, because it becomes too risky when wenza le high line une-goal eyi-1. And a lot of teams, because le advantage aziyisebenzisi when they play Sundowns, because abanye abantu are very clever. They would notice then, but the team they are playing with high line, and at times once they score second half, they become any team engayiyo lebeyiyo. So that is why often when you play against them, when the shock first half, they don't win in a score. So that is about frustrated, but we a different team with the first half, second half.
Okay. For time, I'm going to jump in. TZ, welcome.
Hey, how are you, Mr. Oti?
I'm good at you, my brother.
No, I'm good, man. I'm good.
Tell me about this game.
Look, man, I think the first 45, I was very impressed, quite happy, considering the last 7 days of Mamelodi Sundowns football. I think the first half was very good. It was good to see Allende finally getting a bit of freedom, moving forward. Lethago also having a bit of fun in that first half. And again, my guy, this is my guy. Peter Shalula is my guy. He's the best striker to me in the league for this reason. He can do everything. He can make runs. He can hold up the ball. He's always available to play other players into play. Something I think, unfortunately, Ikhram Reiners, as much as I love him as well, Ikhram Reiners doesn't offer Sundowns those elements of he can come and hold it up and play other players into play. Something that we've missed in the last few games with Pirates and Kaizer Chiefs. We've missed that, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So it was good to see a different Sundowns today, first half. Then second half, we went back to the Sundowns that everybody seems to dislike, myself included, where it's a case of we're managing a game that we haven't finished yet. We've developed this technique this season that we don't kill games off. We didn't kill Pirates off. We didn't kill Pyramids off in the final at home at Loftus, and we didn't kill off Stellenbosch this week. We've developed this bad thing of we go up 1-0, then all of a sudden we lose control of the football match, and then we start giving away turnover balls in midfield, number 1, half chances, number 2, and the goalkeeper has to come to our rescue. You get me? So it creates issues of now we're worried about the style of play, we're worried about the coach, because now the coach now gets into a mode of I must defend. He's throwing on defenders. The team is now playing ugly football and we're scraping wins. The reality is, at Mamelodi Sundowns, my brother, spoiled as we are as the fans, we are not used to scraping wins anymore, especially at the PSL level. At the high level, which is the CAF Champions League, we're happy to scrape victories. But here, at the home, we want to make it 2-0, then we defend it. So what
Mara, isn't that also a story, Kawani? There's lots of games where Rulani scraped it 1-0, last minute, crosses in, spent 15 minutes crossing because he was trying to get that one goal. Isn't that by now? Isn't it a thing of nostalgia, maybe?
Maybe there's an element of that, but I think how many games did Rulani really scrape through compared to this coach? You know, because with Rulani, most games will. Yeah, but in general, it was probably lesser than what we're seeing now, and maybe the style of play as well. Maybe didn't help us like that in terms of this coach's style of play is very defensive. It's very, very defensive compared to Rulani. Maybe my eye would tell me it looked better when Rulani was doing it, and it doesn't look good when Cardoso does it. Maybe it's just the eye. It's an eye thing now. But we don't like it. Sundowns fans don't like it. I'm part of the team, a group of people who don't like scraping these type of wins. Yes, Stellenbosch is a tough team, great team, in fact. Coach of the season last season, if I'm not mistaken. So it shows you they're a big, credible team. And to win 1-0 with them is not a bad result. But we have to question our performances as Mamelodi Sundowns and the sustainability of our performances. I mean, on Wednesday night, I think we got away with one. On Wednesday night, for example, we got away with one on two. We were bad. But luck may have it, we got the draw. So it needs to change. Something needs to get better for us in order for us to be the team that we all want to see and win. I don't mind this type of performance, honestly. If this was a CAF Champions League final, semi-final, man, I'll be dancing in the streets. But it's not. It's just a league. It's 3 points. I have a bit of a different expectation when I play the league in relation to when I play the CAF Champions League.
Okay. No, thank you so much, guys. We are going to get into Kaizer Chiefs just now. As you can see, everything has changed. I just want to jump in and say some things. Guys, Mina nyalo, and please don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that I like. I'm not saying that I like the style of play or that nyamvumu kadoso. But guys, at the end of the day, the facts are the facts. Limo, faster, buddy. Close the door faster, buddy. I can hear every single move. Close it. Close it quickly. Don't go. Close it. Go. I'm not saying that Caruso is the guy and I like his play and all of that stuff. This is what I'm saying. I'm saying that when we look at the stats, when Rulani was at... Limo, just close the door. It's fine. Just close the door, buddy. It's okay. Sorry about that. When you look at the stats, I'm just going to use the stats. Rulani's Sundowns had 22 wins, 7 draws, and one loss in the invincible year, the almost invincible year, right? So that's 7 games that were draws. You look at Cardoso's Sundowns, which he wasn't even in charge at the beginning, but anyway, there's 24 games, 1 draw, and 3 losses. So already that tells me that there were a lot of games that Rulani threw. For example, right? And there were a lot of games that Caruso won. So this idea of sustainability, it wasn't sustainable. It wasn't sustainable during that time. But because it was a style of play that we liked, we viewed it as sustainable. You look at the facts. Caruso got to a final. Whether you think we jumpy, we chaisile, whether you think he was unlucky, it was something that had not been done in the 8 games prior. In the 8 years prior, 8 seasons prior. So for 8 seasons, there was no luck. Sundowns. There was no luck, Sundowns. For 8 seasons, there was no Huichaisa, Sundowns. But again, because it's something that we like, we tend to look past those things. And please, again, I'm not saying I like what Caruso did. But we have a tendency of then asking these weird questions when it's something we don't like. Again, Rulani had 3 losses in his year. Last season, they had 3 losses. Season before, they had 1. Up to this point, there's no losses. So up to this point, he's doing exactly what he's been doing. Have they won an MTN 8 up to this point? To Rulani, to Mangoba. Actually, it was last time it was the 3 wise men when Mangoba was apparently the head coach. So now I'm not saying again that one is better than the other. I'm just saying here are the things. So aren't we being a little bit harsh? Shouldn't we wait until the moment it turns around and the moment he stops doing those things and the moment all of that happens, then you can speak about it. Then you can be like, I learned on Itandi. But for now, hey man, look, here's a question. So should Sundowns operate like Ahly? Yeah, Ahly is 115. Is it 15? Ahly is 115 Champions Leagues. So what do you want? You get what I mean? Like, what do you want from this? You can have the beautiful football and say that you won the Champions League, or you can win the Champions League and say that you won it, and people, however they question. And again, I'm not saying that his football wins you the Champions League. I'm not saying this football is going to be even more. I'm just saying that if we're being fair, the football you have been watching has not won you the thing. So you can't hold it to a higher esteem than somebody who came closer. Do you understand what I'm saying? OT. Lindos, I'm not anybody's spokesperson. I just don't like being unfair. Guys, I'm a Chiefs fan. Did I enjoy Middendorp's football? No, I didn't enjoy it. Towards the end, I was angry, I was all the stuff. But objectively, that is the last coach to challenge Mamelodi Sundowns. Went down to the last day. There's no coach that has come close to that ever since. Close. So I also have to sit down and go, hey, I really loved Atazwane's football. But the guy who got us closest to the league was Middendorp. And then my fellow fans, and I'm using this as an example to show you something else. My fellow fans will say, yeah, but the last 5 games were the worst. He lost us the league. He was predictable. He was what. Cool. But everybody else that you've loved didn't even get to a point where they had 5 games to mess up. Didn't get to a place where they got 1 game to mess up. Because on the balance of play, they were losing other games. This is what I'm trying to say, guys. This is what I'm trying to say. We can't be... Or let me do it like this. Your argument is good, but Rulani's football was too nice. Then say that. That's what I'm trying to say. I really enjoyed Rulani's football. It didn't take us closer to the promised land, but it was great. It was easy on the eye. It was tiki-taka. We could get behind it. You get what I mean? You can say that. But you can't say, one, I hear a lot of arguments, one, that Rulani would have won everything. We don't know. Or 2, that Caruso is unsustainable. We don't know. We just started. And he's had the season where he had the season he had. So you can't now compare and contrast because of those things. And that's why, that's what I'm fighting about here. Not fighting about, that's what I'm trying to say here. But anyway, Chiefs is going to start. I hear it's been delayed. Let's just hear what they're saying. Hopefully they don't give me grief. Okay, so they're saying that the game has been delayed for 15 minutes. Apparently because of apparently there's another event close by there, so the traffic is unbearable. The security cluster, as the match commissioner was saying, has advised that they should delay the game. So quarter to six is when this game is going to kick off. It's delayed for the next 12 minutes. While I'm here, let me see what Kes and Soweto G have to say. Then we'll go into our Chiefs coverage. Kes, welcome to the show. How are you?
I'm good, Mr. Oti. How are you?
I'm okay, man. Kes, tell me about the Sundowns. What are your comments about the Sundowns game?
No, Mr. Oti, I'm a bit disappointed when it comes to Sundowns. I'm a big Sundowns fan. First half, it was a great game. Honestly, it was what I expected from Sundowns. But now coming second half, I don't know what got into Cardoso with these changes, taking out Shalulile and also Sales. Those people were the ones that were causing trouble to the Stellenbosch defense. Look at the second half. We didn't even have any clear chances because these 2 guys were out. They were the ones who were actually pushing the defense of Stellenbosch, trying to give them a hard time. But now taking them out and putting the defense, it just invited trouble into the Sundowns back line now. We're now relying on our defense and the referee for that high line, the offside traps. But that is a risky game to play, especially when you're leading with only 1 goal. And if it was just another bad day, we would be crying now saying the referee gave that one because it was an offside and all that stuff. But you need to score goals in order to win. You can't rely on one goal and say you have already sealed the game and still having 45 minutes to play. I love the way Khoza played. He's one of, I just love that guy. Khoza is just doing a good job at that. And with Cupido, those two guys are really solid at the back. But with Cardoso, I think there's a problem with him, especially when it comes to identifying the player's strength. I think most of the players are playing off position. That is why we cannot see the best out of these players. It's like the coaches is not really like getting in touch, like having that one-on-one session with these players to identify what's his weakness, what's his strength, and try to make him a better player. He just put them and say, okay, you are a striker, go in there and do your thing. But he doesn't really like have that thing, because what we are lacking in Sundowns is like a plan. We don't have that system that actually works for us. I don't know. Hey, with Cardoso, I don't know.
Kes, can I ask you? I like what you're saying, because I think the previous Mamelodi Sundowns systems really helped the players. So they made sure that wherever you are weak, you'll be covered. Wherever you are strong, you'll be you'll be helped out. Do you think that that's what's happening at Sundowns right now? And is it similar to what was happening with Coach Mangoba, where now these players are asked to be full midfielders, let's say? So if you can pass, you must mark, you must do whatever, and maybe that's exposing them.
That's the problem, Mr. Oti. If you can just track back with Rulani would make sure that if you are a midfielder, he knows that you are good with marking the ball, you are good with this one. And then you put someone who will be assisting you maybe with those passes, making those accurate passes going forward. Or if you are a defender, you give someone just by your side, make sure maybe with the pace, if you do not have pace, maybe you are good on one-on-one marking, but you do not have that speed. You put someone, just look at Mudiwa. Remember when Rulani was still here, Mudiwa was one of the greatest players. With his slow pace, because he was always covered. Rulani made sure that he would cover his players' weaknesses. That's why I'm saying with Cardoso, it seems like he is not identifying the weakness of his players, so that he will be able to cover them, so that they will not be exposed as they play these games. You just leave them there, say, okay, you are a defender, do your job there. You have to make sure you defend. And then it's just impossible. Some of these players, they don't have pace. Some of these players are just good when on this area of balls. They are not good at men marking, or they are not good at what. So you need to be covered. You need to play as an organization. You need someone by your side to cover your back. But with Cardoso, it seems like each man for himself. You have to be good and you have to be perfect on what you're doing. And that is highly impossible right now.
Last question, very quickly, before I let Soweto G in. Do you think that even with everything we're saying right now, is the league able to take advantage of Sundowns? Will they be? Or is it just the case that our teams are not good enough to test Sundowns in that way consistently, so they're probably going to win the league again?
I think most of the PSL teams, they are not at that level to actually test Sundowns, to actually defeat them. At least to be, maybe for teams like Chiefs, Pirates, and I had hopes for Stellenbosch. I think they were supposed to at least have scored 1 or 2 goals in that second half. After Cardoso has introduced all those defenders, he clearly showed them that now I'm defending. There's nothing more that I'm about in this game. So Stellenbosch was supposed to take advantage of that, but clearly they failed. So they managed to get away with it. But with other teams, especially the CAF, I don't think we're going to come out alive with this style of play.
I want to bring in Soweto G. Soweto G, welcome to the show. How are you?
Hey, man, how's it?
I'm good, and you, my brother?
I'm good. Yeah, I'm good.
Tell me about this game, my brother.
Disappointed by Stellies, man. I expected Stellenbosch to at least get away with a draw, so that the Sundowns is be able to move, because I don't know what's gonna happen with Chiefs if and But Cardoso, I think Cardoso is trying to fix something which Sundowns like a problem with, especially with cup games. I think this type of football is the one that got Sundowns to the final, and possibly, you know, they could have they got a chance. They could have won that game. They didn't lose by a big score, you know, and I think, you know, especially Africa, also a team like Kaizer Chiefs using defensive tactics, they were also able to reach the finals as well. So yeah, I don't think he's a bad coach. I just think he needs to pick his games. In the PSL as well, there are games that, you know, Sundowns should, you know, be a bit defensive, you know, especially when playing teams like Abu TX Galax and Abu Kalans. Yeah, but they could also implement this type of football. But on the other hand, I think he must be able to see which games he must, you know, try and dominate and which teams he must be defensive. But also today, I saw something with Osales. Ne? Osales, every time they progress the ball, Silas drops and he comes to the side. Ne? And then when he does that, he drags 2 or 1 players with him, opening the space up the middle. But I didn't see, because he defense Sundowns flat kakulu. I didn't see anyone trying to occupy that space so that he can receive the ball and try to play it that way. So I think if they fix, you know, those type of things, this type of football as well can be very dangerous. I mean, there's teams that defend with 5, but they're able to score more than 4 goals. So it's not a matter of defending, it's just a matter of understanding, like the team understanding what they're supposed to do and the roles and everything. So I'm just waiting for this game. They're delaying us, man. Go to go series away. Nah, that's for sure. We are going back to number 1.
We'll see. No, so G, because the game is starting right now, I'm not going to ask too many questions. Guys, thank you so much to the people that have jumped in. I'm going to make it 65, guys. Nobanina, send like too much. I'm going to make it 65, and then we can keep it open. Guys, Chiefs is going to be taking on Golden Arrows over there at Moses Mabhida. The game, of course, was delayed a little bit because of traffic and people coming in. Apparently, there was a whole nother event that was happening, and that caused a little bit of traffic there. Guys, can I please just have a second? Hey guys, sorry about that. I had to present dead Anyane there. But okay. Kaizer Chiefs taking on Golden Arrows. Kaizer Chiefs, of course, unbeaten still in the league. They're currently, they were number 2 at the beginning of this afternoon. I believe they're number 3 now. 4 games played. 3 wins, 1 draw, and no losses up to this point. They've scored 4 goals and they've conceded none. So also clean sheets are plenty. With Chiefs then having 10 points. Golden Arrows, on the other hand, is number 5. 4 games played, 2 wins, 1 draw, and 1 loss. They've scored 5 and they've conceded 5 for a grand total of 7 points. Now, when we look at the team's form up to this point, Golden Arrows in their last 5 games have 2 wins, a draw, and a loss, whereas Kaizer Chiefs has a draw, 3 wins and a loss. So both of the teams seeming to find a little bit of good form as it stands. The last game out that we saw for Golden Arrows was a 2-1 win versus Makesi. Before that, they drew 1-1 with Durban City. Then, of course, Kaizer Chiefs, last time we saw them out was a 0-0 versus Sundowns. And then, of course, before that, they beat Richards Bay 1-0. If we look at the starting lineups, you have Ngobo in goal. You have Phillips, Komara, Gianni, Mabaso, Shitolo, Dlamini, Tantis, Tole, Makwele, and Dion, Junior Dion as the team. Then, of course, Kaizer Chiefs has Peterson in goal. I hope this is Peterson in goal. You have Marco, you have Miguel, you have Quinica, you have Munyane, then you have Tetwa, as well as Modi, Ndlovu, Shabalala Lilepo, and Ashley Dupreez, making up the starting lineup. Kaizer Chiefs looking to stay unbeaten. But the problem here, honestly speaking, is the Golden Arrows, because Golden Arrows in the last 5 games versus Chiefs, there have been no draws. But Kaizer Chiefs only has 1 win, because Golden Arrows has won 4 of those games, including the 29th of March 2025, where Golden Arrows beat Kaizer Chiefs, the last game where these teams looked each other in the eye. And the game has kicked off. Remember, the timer is right there to let you know exactly where we are in the game. So let's see what's going to happen here. What's going to be interesting is the use of Ashley Dupreez. All of us here always say Hamba Dupreez. We always say Hamba Dupreez, and we try and play the ball over the top and through, which is something that I have been crying for, because Dupreez simfaka right, and we make him a winger, where I would want him to be standing directly with the centre backs every single time we have the ball, so that you can hit those counters and actually use the pace that he has. Up to this point, I think the defense has been doing very well. Kaizer Chiefs having Quinica and Miguel. Quinica, of course, stepping in because Aidan McCarthy, who had an incredible start to the season, was injured. And then, on the other hand, the guy who surprised me the most. Oh, well, first, let's start. Right-hand side, Munyane has been the best and most consistent player for Kaizer Chiefs in this run. But the guy who surprised me last game was Umako, because of some of that composure he has, especially when he's pushing up. Unabi likes his wingers to push all the way up. And he likes his left winger specifically to play as a wide winger, whereas his right back, he likes his left back to play as a wide winger almost, and his right back to be a second striker inside, with the actual winger being on the outside. So you'll see Lilepo all the way out with Munyane running inside. What was nice about Marco is what the left backs at Kaizer Chiefs have struggled with Naby's play, is that when they get up there, doesn't cross, or he shakes, or he loses the ball. Whereas Umako seemed to be very calm. Very, very calm in those attacking places. There was a cross he put in, and I wish I could see more of that ball more often, especially when you have Abomori's back, maybe Flavio Silva. I don't know what he's like with heading the ball, but you'd love to see that type of ball played in a lot. What's also nice about what Chiefs has done, especially in the last game, was the inclusion of Umodi. I think what Umodi helps with a lot is with that left back situation, because our left backs usually are on their own. Sereno is usually, let's say we start with Sereno, he's usually on the left-hand side on the lineup, but he drifts inside, meaning that whoever plays left back is left with 2 players coming at them, right? So I like the fact that Umako has that support up top from Umodi at times. So let's see what's going to happen. I think it depends on which side the opponent is weaker. The play happens on both sides. Yeah, it happens on both sides, but if you notice, the left-hand side of Chiefs is what we use most of the time. Then the right-hand side we use on transition. So I think that's where you try to take advantage of Lilepo. Lilepo has that excitement about him. Look at the run that Munyane is making. That's what I'm talking about. He likes to go inside and get the ball inside. It's something that they've been doing a lot. Solomon's was also asked to do that quite a bit. So we'll see how that plays out here. What's with the teams not wanting to wear away kits? Gere, if you don't need to, you might as well just go with your home kit, eh? It's more for the clashes. So if your kit is not clashing really, oh Nkosiam, that is a card. That is a card. That is a yellow card. Ox. That is a yellow card. Who's this number 8? That was... Also, if number 8 stayed on his feet just a second longer, there was a pass to his left-hand side that would have been through. And maybe that's where the problem comes, that when you have flying left and right back, if the ball happens to be one up high. You are defending with two. And there it was going to be a 3v2 with the two centre backs, one guarding the left-hand side left-hand side of Chiefs' defense, one guarding the middle, and there was a player free. So Chiefs really needs to look out for those type of things. Really, really need to look out for those type of things. Grey versus green, I think... No, Tabang, I'm saying that I think most of the teams just rather go with your home kit. If there's no clash, really, just go with your home kit, because I guess those are the colors that most of them are pushing for more than anything, especially with sales and things like that. So rather go with your more quote-unquote iconic color. Durban City is 2-0 down. Durban City is 2-0 down. Mistake from Darren Keat, allowing Grobler, third highest goal scorer, to score one. Did he score both of them? Oh, Munare scored the other one. Durban City. Yeah, he almost messed it up there. What a messy goal. But 2-0 up, Kukune versus Durban City. Yo. Ziawamos. I don't know, but Nabi brings negative energy to our team. He never looks confident. Echo, that's an interesting comment. Because I think for some reason, and I want to take it away from results, for some reason, Ben Khalil, man, has a calming presence like Pago Chiefs. And it's like a calm confidence type of thing. And even when the team plays, like sometimes it feels as though Chiefs, man, Ben Khalil Magakona, they're confident. But when Nabi's there, sometimes it feels as though the players, they might be afraid to make mistakes or afraid to play. I can't explain it. I don't want to make it a big deal. But it's just something that I've noticed. Like, Unabi seems to be very demanding. But this thing of Nabi saying he's protecting Vilakazi by letting him bench, is nonsense. Just earn your place, man. I think it's that situation. People have been crying for Litlaku. Now Litlaku ngenile today, and there was a bit of a quiet game. And can those quiet games kill a player? I just don't like my coaches talking too much, to be honest with you. That's my biggest thing. Oh, Ox, yes, yes. With all due respect, then he should have stayed longer with them. No, guys, hey, I don't want to make it like a conspiracy thing and a whole big thing. But like, there is a difference when Nabi's there. One quiet game isn't enough to write a player off. No, I'm not saying that. I just think what you don't want to happen, and this is now maybe a psychological thing. What you don't want to happen is for the expectation levied on a player to be super high, right? Like, I don't want to be talking about Umfundo Vilakazi right now, because what's going to happen is if he's viewed as some sort of savior or some sort of wonder kid and he comes on and he has a bad game, it feels like he's had the worst game. It feels extra because we expected so much from the player, right? So I always use the examples of Umkulise, Abomayema, Abombule, that there was such an expectation, almost unbacked, such an expectation that this person's going to be able to do 1, 2, and 3, and 4, that if they come in and they only do 1 and 2, it becomes such a, So, yeah, also him talking, I don't like it about these players because, again, it adds on to whatever. But to be fair, youth management at Chiefs hasn't been top, eh? Youth management hasn't been the big thing. It feels like you become a Chief starter by luck rather than by planning. And if you're not a Kaizer Chiefs starter, they don't know what to do with you. You get me? Also, I don't think there's time right now at Kaizer Chiefs for kids, to be honest with you. Nabi fastens so much, but the players are scared to make mistakes. Modi's playing better this season, says Bongani. N says, yeah, N was the one who said Nabi fastens too much. Bong says, are we playing a pressing game now? Half. I need a goal poacher. OT, do you think Duba Vilakazi and Du have peaked? Ooh. Okay. I think they have higher ceilings, but we're not committed to getting them to the ceiling. So I think what tends to happen with our young players is, again, the thing I was speaking about, where you kind of leave them. It's sort of like it's up to them to develop. So it's up to them to take the next step. It's not like a planned thing of this is what the next step is, how it looks, and what we do to get them there. So I use the example of Themba Zwane a lot when we Patrice, hi Manuela. Half chance though. I use the example of Themba Zwane a lot. If Themba Zwane doesn't have his internal temperament, he's not as chilled as he is, does he get to where he got to? Number one, does he get to where he got to faster if maybe there was a bit more focus on what his developmental road looks like, number one. But then number two, if he isn't Themba Zwane like that and he's taken by the fame and he's taken by all that, does his peak stop? Does his growth stop? That's my worry with some of the Chiefs youngsters, that they're really good raw players. Mara, is it going to be a situation where it takes Nkosi Pile X amount of years and the lack of having coaches that trust him or whatever? Or should there have been a plan to say, okay, Zwane, we don't have a plan for you right now, but we're going to loan you to TS Galaxy so that you can have game time and grow 1, 2, and 3, and 4, like a planned thing. But I'm rambling. 11 minutes in, it is still 0-0. Yes, they have no idea what to do with the non-starters. They have no idea. The problem is we don't load them out. I like how Modi supports Marco. Yeah, so G, that's my biggest thing. Again, I remember saying Cross, some of why Cross looks poor at times is because he doesn't have adequate cover. So Ukross has to, when being attacked, decide which threat do I go to. Do I go to the early threat and try catch him on the line and push up or do I wait and then there's a secondary run that's being made and now I face two people up at the bottom, right? So part of the big problem was the cover, because remember at the time on the right hand side, at least I think it was Solomon's or even Frostlight times were being covered by the winger. I'm trying to remember who was playing wing. They're being covered by that side, but the left-hand side, because we're trying to fit Du and Serena onto the pitch, it meant that those players were going central and leaving the left back bare. So I like the fact that the left back usually looks good with Modi there, because Modi, at least he still has winger tendencies, so he tends to stay that side and cover. The problem is that we don't loan them out. Again, there's no plan. There's no plan. It's either you hear, think about the guys that have gone past. Abo Khatebe, Abo Mahlatsi. I'm trying to think of the most recent ones. Abo Khatebe, Abo Mahlatsi, who just were young players who died at Chiefs. Quietly. You know, no chances, no loan out, you're just sitting. That's where Samgelo's going. I think Samgelo's one is going down that road. And sometimes it doesn't mean that you are loaning these guys back to come back to Chiefs. Sometimes you're loaning them out so they can build value to be sold. Chiefs management just goes with the flow. True. That's why I get it. Not even Chiefs management. I think a lot of the teams just go with the flow, man. Their signings are also just going with the flow. Mel says Modi is losing the ball with every touch. Hey, Quinica is a menace. The they even advertised their podcast. Okay, up and through. Eh? Yeah. I'm worried about that. I am so worried about that. I was gonna say the problem with the Chiefs defense is not necessarily the defense. Nabo. It's about what Mtetwa and I guess Ndlovu in this game are gonna be doing. Kind of thing. What they are gonna be doing just in front of the defense. Because if you allow Golden Arrows to play this football that they were playing when they get up top, where there isn't cover centrally, they're going to be able to play a lot of balls from there, at the very least shoot. There's been 2 or 3 chances now where a shot could have come off or a ball could have been played through because Chiefs doesn't have top of the box cover. We would have to see Mabaso. But let's blame the players as well for not pushing for loans. Look at Bomeno and Tyreek. Marakera, when they push for moves, we call them selfish and all of that stuff when they push for themselves to leave. I blame players and their managers and all of that stuff in general, Jay. Like the people I'm scared of, let's say also here at Chiefs, think about a Velepai and a Bartman. For the life of me, I don't see them starting or playing. They're already in line behind Abo Vilakazi, Abo Zwane. They're in line behind Abo Chisleti, Nabo Silva. I don't see them playing. And I don't know where they're going to fit in, honestly speaking. So now I look at their management and the people who are running their lives, and I'm like, but guys, what choice is this that you made? I need Ndlovu's like a tuna fish. He must keep moving. He doesn't hold play. Could we argue, Soweto G, that Ndlovu is an upgrade on Mart? Similar type of profile. Big engine, runs around quite a bit. If he can break up play a little bit higher up the pitch, I think he's got the Mart settings. My guy, you really hate... Oh, Rofiwa, why do I hate Chiefs? I don't understand. What do you mean? Is this the Chiefs that's going to win the league? Look, I don't know about winning the league, but if they can keep a run where they're winning even when it's ugly, I think I would want the Chiefs. My prediction or my requirement from Chiefs this year is to be top 6. Lemo? Noise, buddy. Noise. My requirement is for them to be top 6. I don't know about the league. Theoretically, it's possible, but I don't know. I don't think so. Bongan says, we did not say they'll win the league. We just collect 1 or 3 points. Yeah, you just need to go on a run, man. And Golden Arrows, unfortunately, is one of our bogey teams. So we'll see. Look, the Soweto teams, we struggle with this. These are the games that we struggle with as the Soweto teams. And that's why we're not winning leagues like that. Show everybody your shirt. Show everyone your shirt. And then the sign, what's the sign? Yeah, show everyone your shirt. Okay, go lie down. We cover eliminates. I think Martin Ndlovu are almost the same caliber. We're yet to see if we can offer more. Yeah, no, I'm just saying that it's almost a like for like, Limo. It's almost a like for like. You can see what they were trying to get when Undlovu has come in. Still have to see what it gives more than, but it seems like it's an engine thing. I never. Top 6, that's too low. Requirements to win 20 games. 20 games, Tabang. Chiefs to win 2/3 of their games. I'd take top 6. Yo, we still have to go play CAF. Abuse OT, you want the boy to have stress. Aye. Stress builds character. And if Chiefs can keep winning, if that character is built on top of trophies like some of us, it really does a lot. Mtetwa. Yeah, Mdu, please tell him. Mtetwa. Yo. He passes where he's looking. And we've got a lot of those players. He passes where he's looking. So, if the ball's coming here, he goes there. He literally just passed it into trouble. When, if he just opened up. Is that a goal? Offside. Yeah, offside. To be fair, offside. Marawa players. Ukskena, uktena, positional awareness. It's not our thing in South Africa. It's not our thing in South. Hey, Butlali. Happy. Do you know what makes that thing worse? You receive the ball here, let's say. Where you're passing the ball back into, it's just danger. It's literally just the other players from the other team who outnumber you in that area. One turn and you've opened up the game. So Sundowns made Mtetwa shine. I always say, I always say, Mtetwa should be played like Makaula. Mtetwa should be played like Makaula. Makaula at Pirates has nothing to do with the build-up, has nothing to do with touching the ball. His only job is to nang Mtetwa foot. Oh! Yeah, he just needs to be a destroyer. But what's sad is he's the only active midfielder that we have. Active. You see what happened there before he took the ball out for a throw. He's the only midfielder that's willing to make a positive run and to move into positive spaces. The only problem is that he doesn't pass the ball. So up there, you're expecting Ndlovu or Etele or whoever to be making those runs and allow him to sit back and be a destroyer. But I think there's a little bit of laziness. Yeah, you were. Across the face. On the line. And please, guys, don't tell me, chances chance. That was not a clear-cut chance. It sucked, but it was not a clear-cut chance that had a... Mtetwa was very poor when it comes to ball playing. Then stop him. Shem Phillips hurting himself there while sacrificing. Monyane was so close, was going to be an on goal. Yeah, very close. Then you get Dupreez, man. Do you know how many goals Dupreez would get if he just stayed in the 9th position? If he just stayed in the 9th position. Hi, Baba Kakula Sande. How do you guys, actually I didn't ask, how's this game going to end, guys? How's this game going to end? How do you guys feel this game is going to end? Please let me know there in the comments. What is your score prediction? But Golden Arrows is so bad. Golden Arrows is so bad. This is the sushi analogy. It's so nice to eat sushi. Coach Mangoba has been eating sushi for the last 12 years, 13 years, 12 years. And now he has to go eat bread again. He has to get bike up alone. And he just can't. 1-0 to Chiefs, says Musa. Muleli says 1-0 to Chiefs. Soweto G says 2-0. Tabang says 2-0 to Chiefs as well. If Ash stays in the box, who supports him? Who is our camp? Ash needs to stay in the box because Mdu needs to do his job. That's all I'm saying. Why is Ash supporting a midfield that already has Mtetwa? Kana our midfield, let me just get... Why is his job to support a midfield that already has thing? Let me see. I'm going to pull it up now. It already has Mtetwa, it has Shabalala, it has Ndlovu, it has Modi. Why must he come back? He must stay as a 9. What's the point? Do you know what this reminds me of? For my OG Arsenal fans, my old Arsenal fans. Remember Theo Walcott? I forgot which guy said it. He said, if Theo could learn how to run, like on counters, he's got pace, he was the fastest player in the league for a very long time, but if he could learn how to run, he would kill so many teams. There was a time when Dupree's, a couple of years ago, I remember we played Cape Town City, and there was a goal he scored where he basically made a run in behind the defender, in behind the centre back, and the ball was played through and he scored. If he could just focus on doing that, just that. Shem. Okay. How did Nabi conclude that Ndu becomes our midfield general? I don't know. And last season, he used to, that's where they were cheating. We wouldn't have a proper winger. Modi would be on the bench. We wouldn't have a proper winger so that we could play Sirino and Mdu, for example, right? And I think we are trying to make up for Mdu some way. Mdu must be very happy, or he must understand that he's very lucky that the team is looking out for him like this. Because in other teams, he would be benched, if we're being 100% honest. But hey, Bafana player, let me not say too much. Like if Mdu could learn how to play like a Mohamed Salah type of game, like a Lamine Yamal type of game, I think he'd be killer. Look. He's not going to pass. Is he going to pass? Oh, wow. You see where Mtetwa's picking up the ball? When Mtetwa keeps picking up these balls, that's when Ndlovu should be. That's where the other players should be opening up to go play that ball. Shabalala should be winning that ball or getting to that ball. Do you think the problem with young players at Kaizer Chiefs is that we play them all at once? Musa, I don't know. I think the biggest problem is that the young players at Chiefs are carrying a very heavy load. You look at some of the young players at Pirates, they haven't been asked to carry very heavy loads. And by the time they need to carry very heavy loads, they've had some time. You know, say what you will about Mbogazi. he had some time to play with Abosbisi, for example, before the whole captaincy thing and starting. He had some time where he wasn't the lead guy. Abo Mfukeng have always had the backing of the Hotos, of the Titos. Tito was carrying a lot of the pressure of Pirates at some point, where Mfukeng could be on the pitch and not carry that much pressure and play a role. I think the problem is that our players at Chiefs, the young ones, are not being asked to play a role. They're being asked to be the hero. And they're too young for that. They're not ready for that. It's like asking a baby that's crawling to go win a 100-meter race or even a 10-meter race running. If you don't give them time to develop some of those things, they might at some point be able to run that 50 meters, but because they didn't develop properly, they're not going to run it the same way that a person who's been training will be running it. Or a kid that has been allowed to walk and learn themselves and do all of that stuff. So that's where I feel Chiefs loses it with the youngsters. Abonkosi Mpilo and Ngoba are not coming to a team to be additional players up until a time where they're ready to be full on. They're being asked to be full on at a time when not ready to even be cameo appearances or substitute appearances. So Umdu, for example, has not learned what he needs to learn in the role that we're asking him to play. But now he's asked to be an important player in that role, if that makes sense. Anyway, 31 minutes in, it is still 0-0. I think Lelepo needs to eat bench for a game or two. I want to see how he'll come back. Why doesn't Nabi make Ox play like Makaula? I think it's actually a credit to Ox. I think, again, you see, even there, Ox is the only one who's confident enough to go and open for the ball. He's the only one. The rest of them hide. They hide. And then Ox Wabantu, he's put into that position where he has to play the ball. And that's sad. Or did Modi and Lelepo change sides? Why? Oh, almost a nice finish there by Lelepo. Why? Why? Okay, sure. Mangoba was talking tough only to play a low block. I see. Mangoba can't do what he did at Sundowns here. Chiefs fans are exactly like Pirates. When the team is not doing well, they blame everyone. I like to give everybody their bag to hold. So, and also you have to be honest in the times where things are going well. Look, a lot of our problems also stem from the fact that as fans, when we look at a win or something like that, we don't dissect a win. There's still weaknesses and analysis points to be made, right? Even when you winning. Problem is that when you win, you don't see the cracks. When you lose, now all of a sudden everything is bad because you're going all the way to the other side. It's extremes. We're bipolar. Ox may be confident, but he can't do anything with the ball. And that's where the other players need to step up. That's where the other players need to go, okay, who Ox is getting this ball all the time? Can I be the one that makes a positive run to get that ball? Now I get why Shabalala is called to the national team, says Bafana. I can mention another one that collects, but he eats bench. I thought we'll see him play more. Kimang, Mato. Shabalala orata chiga. Yes. Oh, Moledi orata chiga. We were talking, okay, it was about Mfukeng, but I think it applies to Lindo Pep on 3-Man Press, guys. I have a show called 3-Man Press with Lindo Pep and Football Khalifan. We do a podcast every week. Pep was talking about how you see some of the development or lack of development with some of the players. Like, for example, there's the run! How? One plus ball, that was a simple through ball. Hebanna. That was a simple through. Hey, our players, Mara. Oh yeah. So even that. So Lino Pep was talking about Ulindo was talking about the development of players. So you'll see our players, they love to do fancy passes or fancy trapping, even in places where they don't need to. So he used the example of Mfukeng. A ball is coming from that side to him, and instead of trapping with his left foot so he can go, so he traps with his right foot and still traps backwards and still has to come back around the ball to play. And now you've lost 4 seconds. That could have been the difference between scoring and not scoring. In for example, in the English Prem, it would be the difference between you actually getting the shot away or actually scoring. Whereas now, Abom Du likes to do that one a lot. He likes to trap backwards, cut chops with the right foot backwards instead of opening his body and going with the ball, for example. And it's those small little developmental pieces that we miss, I think, as South Africans and South African players in general. Bati Nabi's back says notification. Our old youngster number 12. Oh, our old youngster. Our Mkulise. Can somebody shoot? Anything can happen in the box. Just shoot it. You don't have the finesse. Oh my gosh. Oh, Arrows is trash. Yo, Arrows is also trash, just by the way. Yo, Arrows is trash. Keep we happy. Oh my gosh, this is like 6-year-olds. Can we get a goal, guys? Can some Oh, come on. Look at the counter. Look at the counter, because everybody's, this is what, and then trapping. You see what I mean? You see what I mean? The way you receive the ball can help you. Our players, guys. Our players. When we speak about players, local players, Shem. Unzima. Paper 2 should get some minutes here. Nabi is hesitant in testing the young squad. I'm worried about the young man. He doesn't have time. He doesn't have time. If Dupreez learns one thing, he'll be Khopa. If he learns how to run. If he learns how to run. Is Arrows out of it? Hardly saying anything about them. Arrows doesn't have a structure. They can do something on counters, but they don't have a structure enough to take advantage of it. I think if Arrows wants to win this game, keep what you're doing defensively, even though it's bad. Keep what you're doing defensively and use every single chance to transition. Because, like, you see this chance here. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's 4 versus 4 instead of 4 versus 5 with the CDM. Chiefs doesn't have a CDM. Doesn't have a CDM that sticks in position. So if you pull them wide and just put the ball into the top of the box, you'll score a bunch of goals. Or you wait for them to commit Munyani. You see Munyani is already riding, he's on his bike. Marco's going to join on his bike. The moment you win that ball back, play it directly into the spaces where those two come from, because you can guarantee that Ndlovu's not going to be there to support, and the other midfielders is playing with Abu Shabalala are not going to go back. So the couple of chances that Golden Arrows have gotten has just been, again, if you can just look up, you'll be able to get a lot more from this. Is there still space for Zwane? No, there isn't space. Zuva says Arrows plays nonsense. I agree. Bafana says they can't even shoot. They're so wasteful. No, and you know what's going to happen? The ball's going to bobble like that in the box. And people are going to tell me that Chiefs has the most, we had the most chances created. No, yeah, chances, but they're not big chances. They're not good chances. They're half chances. Yo, Golden Arrows is so trash. We'll regret not converting these opportunities. Where is Knox? Luanja says it will be a long season, this one. Yeah, PSL strikers. Oh, no, nowhere near. They can't even get into the spaces to even test being clinical. Look. I'm working, son. I know I'm working, though. You see the games on, I'm working. Go get an orange or something now. Golden arrows are equal. There's no arrows here. Kagisho and Manqoba always happy to play for a draw. Mara, are we expecting a team like Arrows to want to go win the league? Okay, no. I expect them to do it, but then do we realistically think that they're going to do it? Is this the Chiefs that was playing with Sundowns? Guys. You see this thing of saying against Sundowns? Guys, Sundowns is 2 games. It's 6 points. These are the points. You see what we were talking about with Sundowns, Sundowns just earlier when we were speaking about Cardoso and we were speaking about results and all of that stuff. This is where Cardoso kill us. Nina, the day your beautiful football is not winning, you don't question it because they looked exciting. But when you look at the excitement and the returns, they don't match. Look at how there's a space in midfield, that Chiefs midfield. There's a huge gap. Huge gap. Without you, Peterson. He should be playing for Bafana, shouldn't he? He wasn't. Oh, Ox. Oh, hey, Bara Ox. Aye, Ox. No, man. Aye, something's wrong. Aye, Ox. Like this.
Guys, lang disappoint na le batho ba baholo.
Le batho ba baholo. Le batho ba baholo, man. For this, we will miss what PSL footballers are. This. You're right, Zuva. No, they're salary thieves. You are right. 100% right. Big salary thieves. Like this, even. Guys, let's just hope we do the thing that we do and score and go through. We're crossing to Dupree's now. Oh, hey, 1-on-1 and still. Hey, GT. 1-on-1 and still. And what's going to happen? All of this context is going to leave when we have discussions later. Everyone's going to be talking about the chances. Chances. You're not going to remember how many chances Golden Arrows got. I think they've gotten 2 or 3 better chances than Chiefs right now in this game. Better chances, where somebody needed to make the final pass or somebody needed to finish and they weren't finishing. Mara nizongtshela ukuthi Chiefs Ox must just stay at 6 and mark. Unmatched. The other players don't want to come and play. That's where the problem is. That's where the problem is. Pass it. Ulilepo no say no. Saile same shandis, yeah. You're paid 250k and you play like you paid 3k. Hongs, 2 sessions a day. 2 sessions a day at the best facilities. As Ahly came and looked at our facilities and they went, yes, this is incredible. Yeah, every coach that has come here and said, yo, hey, the way ningakhona, Makosi, the way your stuff is so nice. But ask them to finish. Okay, look. No way. You see that space? At least to Kwinika Kulum. No, these are the guys. Please remember these things when we have chats after. Please remember these things. Please. That's all I'm saying. Please remember these. What are these things, these chances that are going a begging here? Please remember them. Counter. Dupreez, you should be running. This is why I say, where's Dupreez? Dupreez should be there. Dupreez should be there. That's why I was like, Sticks, just stand with the centre backs and be patient. On TV, it looks better. When you're at the stadium, it's worse. That's when I realized Bruce is right about the PSL's GT. Serino, Vilakazi, and Silva will change the game in the second half, says Bafana. Generally, PSL players are of bad quality. I always say you can't shine in the PSL. If you can't shine in the PSL, you're really bad. Tina Maskuluma, they say we are watching games from Chiefs' eyes. So, hey, I don't know. Look, these are the what are these things? Please remember them, guys. Please remember them. Kyalekopa. They're good because of the poor quality of their peers. Patrick Paraffin. I just hope they score, because if not, it's gonna be a long day. No, that's what somebody said. It's not BR. I didn't say Paraffin. Guys, halftime. Wait till we even got to halftime. Even the ref was like, "Hi, guys, what is this?" Yo, I don't want to say too much. They're gonna say I'm hating. Butlale.
OT.
Guys, how are you, my brother?
I'm good. OT. Yes, I have to be fair. OT. I have to be fair. Hey, you love kacking on Chiefs. Let me just bring some positivity, right? So just some, right? I think the 2-3 big chances that you're talking about come against the run of play.
Okay.
And to me, I don't blame you, because you come off years and years of trauma. I don't blame you. It's fine, OT. But I think at times, we've played with more fluidity. There was that one moment where we could have just scored off a bubble in the box, but I think we've played with more intent. At times, we've played really bad. At other times, but at times, I feel like we've played with intent and with an actual direct. We've played basically more direct, right? Not just popping the ball around the back three, which is the majority of last season, right? So, and you can even see with the attempts, 4 attempts, and me being fair, those 4 attempts are not just a bobbling ball in the box. No, it was not, right? It was 4 attempts coming from how we actually played, right? Maybe one was from one of those situations, but and I think the 3 big chances that Stellenbosch, I'm saying Stellenbosch, Golden Arrows got was from firstly 2 counters against the run of play and 1 set piece, and so just a bit of positivity, and I think too flashy cow. You can see you can spot that straight. I only see these things in the car city, chief. Wait, there's too many touches. When you're supposed, that chance that Lilepo got, ne? Please, first time, Bogo, first time. You can't just, Chief. There was no need to waste the ball. That man was not gonna block the ball. First time, Bogo. You have more chance of scoring. But yeah, man, I just feel like bring more positivity here because, hey, yeah, I hear trauma speaking me, and you're not completely wrong. Nah, I will say that you're not completely wrong. Well, I think you're not completely wrong, but there's some things that I just hear trauma me, but it's fine.
Hi, I'm gonna come back. Let me go to Box. Tell me about the first half.
OT. No, man. First of all, what was going on in the box? Because everyone had a chance to score the goal, but they are not scoring that goal. They are creating in that box, and nobody wanted to take a simple chance just to shoot. That's number one. Number two, now do obiti to add bafana. Instead of trying to play like a person to bafana, he still plays like someone who just comes from DDC. Go get a simple chance to just score a goal. Or shoot a high. Go Chiefs. Are we going to be known for a team Edula Fela Edula created the chances instead of finishing the chances we create? Because we can't be a team no. We create, and we can't find a way to break a low block that's been done by Golden Eagles, because that's what Golden Eagles is doing. Just sitting at the back waiting for a counter attack. And also, this is what Nabi was complaining about last season. Teams just sit back and he plays an attacking type of football, and teams don't want to play football. So are we going to always be annoyed by the fact that Chiefs always creates and other teams just sits back and wait for a counter attack? It frustrates me that we always create, but we don't get the positive result of our creations.
What can fix that?
We need to find a way to break a low block. There are ways to try and break a tight defense. When as a coach, you have to go and sit and find that way to break it. You were hired as a coach to now start thinking like a coach who wants to show that why you are there at Kaizer Chiefs. Why are you there? Why are you playing in the PSL? And some of these players don't play according to their salaries, like you said. 2 sessions a week. Added
A
with
day.
1
2 sessions a day.
A day. And the other days they do team building where they do go-karting, mountain bike climbing, others go to the sea and swim. Instead of training and doing the basics, score a goal. Put the ball in the back of the net. Is that hard to do? How come Shalulile does it easy? And when you make it seem hard?
Right. I hear you, Box. For time, I want to bring Agent in. Agent, my brother, nil half time. How do you feel about this game?
And passing. But sometimes what frustrates me in this kind of conversations is Kaizer Chiefs should have scored. What about Golden Arrows? Like, we can trauma FC. But here's my thing, that sometimes the arguments for me, and even last season, I think this is what I advanced last season, that people will say Chiefs created the most chances, but let's look on the other side. How many chances were created against Chiefs? And usually double the number of chances Chiefs created. Hence, even last season, I told them that the problem of Chiefs is not necessarily that you are missing chances, it's you are conceding. That was the main problem for me. But this season looks like they're not going to concede a lot. And thanks to Peterson, I think if you don't concede, the minimum can get is a point, and that's a good starting point, but I don't know. Let me start by congratulating Golden Arrows, and I love the keeper, Shem, even though he's a thicker version of Manuel Noah. It's fine, but I love him. I just feel like he just needs to reduce the maverick just a little bit, just a tiny bit. Don't overdo it, especially in the PSL, especially for a team like Golden Arrows, but the biggest compliment that I wanted to give to Golden Arrows is, we have seen Steve Compella, we've seen other coaches that I can't mention because I'll be labeled a hater.
Player from the back.
Player from the back, and they fail to implement it. Golden Arrows have to a large extent been able to do it, and with unknown players, and there's this boy that is missing chances, but I love him. Undlovu, Matanti, whatever the name is. I love him also. And there's a boy called Mabas. I think he's the one that is making Ulilepo. Watch out for that boy. He's very good at getting the ball. He doesn't look at the guy trying to do tricks. He just takes the ball, But yeah, let me give the good doctor. He's a doctor. Never since Arsenal wins. He's a doctor.
Gambona Prampo. Good doctor, Mpo. Good doctor.
Hi, how are you
Welcome.
guys? How are you?
We're good, dog.
No, the thing is that according to my observation, the way they are pressing is we can see a lot of improvement. The only thing that my worry, Modi, doesn't show that they are senior players. It seems like he's scared to take on players. That at the present moment, the weakest link that we have is Modi. It doesn't have that hunger. I don't know. This kind of game, if they give you an opportunity, you have to grab those opportunities with both hands. And the thing that we complain about, to build a team, if you can have strong back four, you are sorted.
Yeah.
Like last season, where the goals they are coming now, can see that at the back is balanced. We are stable. The only thing that is there and there, but I'm telling you, Chiefs, they are playing much better. If they can lose, I'll be a happy person. That's the way to go. Like now, there are those players that they don't put effort. You see this guy, Ndlovu, the one that played the midfield. You see the guy, is a hunger. And as the boy Mdu, he plays, but now you have to take responsibility. There and there, just like the whole overall, I give Chiefs 70%. We are getting there. And of course, we are getting there. Now they have to take out Modi, put Serino. You're going to play in those pocket in. We are going to win this game. Don't worry, we're going to win 2-1. The score is final. Thank you.
Thank you, dog. Let me go back to Butlali changes. Score prediction.
Orra, personal. I wasn't saying, there's no negatives. Ne? I was just saying, because it's Chiefs, other people are going to point out and emphasize the negatives. Let me just say the positives. Because it's Kaizer Chiefs, we are like that. Sundowns, there's a lot of negatives, but our first instinct is to speak on positives. So I just changed the thing. But changes. I feel like bringing Vilakazi, but earlier, but maybe 60th minute. I think bring him in for Umodi, then get Lepo to the left hand side. But in terms of at halftime, I'm not changing anything at halftime. I'm just telling him to. It's not really a change, like a substitution, but I'm just telling him to worry, Braga. Let's touch on the ball, Angusha. Be more.
Do you want Bondlovu to be on the ball a little bit more as well, just to give Ox a rest?
Oh yes, that's another change. Ox, Ndate, midfielder, Ndate. Oh, and if not, stay in the 6 and give Undlovu, and in other games give Ucele the responsibility of picking out those passes that advance the ball to our number 10, which would be Duo, Sereno, and to our wingers. But that is the changes I would make.
Bongs changes prediction. Oh, wait. What's the prediction?
I'm going for 2-0 Chiefs. 2-0 Chiefs. We'll still not continue.
Okay. Bongs changes prediction.
Because Ox has a yellow card already, I'd substitute Ox for Sereno.
Okay.
And then I'll
And
save
then
the rest of the...
Ndlovu ayeko 6.
Yeah, I'll talk a midfield. Even I creating to become our own Makaula. That's all I'm gonna do for now.
Score prediction?
I'm going with 2-0 as well. Because we are creating, but we have to find a solution to finish our creation.
Okay. Agent, my brother, changes prediction.
I think the Sereno one, they've already made it. What I would add is I would take out Udu Praise for Silver. Because I think these young boys, I don't think they can handle crosses. So pump the ball into them, and
Relate helicopter, agent.
Yeah, no, definitely. And one of those orthodox changes that I usually make, I would take out Omoid. Not that he's playing bad, but I think this is a game for the young boy. What is his name? Vilakazi.
Okay.
Because I think you need individual brilliance. When you want to eliminate a low block, individual brilliance crosses into the box. That's the thing. That's the way to kill it. Yeah. But 1-0 Golden Arrows.
After all that, the agent, then he goes off immediately.
No.
Prop changes prediction.
No, I still if you can take Modi and we put Sereno in the middle, we take Mutetwa, we put number 12, this boy man, and so that he can part this, decisive passes. And when it comes to score, I'm still saying that you're going to win 2-1.
Okay.
And that's something that I pick up.
Yeah.
Like Ox, what are the basics of soccer? If you don't have, it's going to be a problem. That guy is, as a so-called midfield, you can't even shoot to the target. No, man. That guy, now it's no longer about running. You have to be creative and, minus an opponent. Now that one goes back, left, right, back. Anyway, let's hope for the best. Sharp.
Thank you to everybody that came in halftime. I'm going to up it, guys. Can I please have 70,000 likes? Then I'll keep it open for the second half, where everybody can come in and give me a minute of their time. The first half was interesting because I think Golden Arrows defensively is not good. I think the defense can be moved around quite a bit, and they tend to panic when the ball gets into that final third area. My worry, I guess, from this game is that although Chiefs is creating the chances, will they be able to finish them? Number one, but then number two, I'm worried about the counter-attacking. Like I was saying, Umtetwa has somehow become an 8-ish, 6-ish, 10-ish player who's popping up everywhere. But the problem is that when he leaves, there's no communication with Undlovu for somebody to stay back. And because also Mako and Munyane fly, it means that the right counter-attack can catch us off by Arrows. Arrows already had a 1v1 versus the goalkeeper. They had a couple of places where a smart foul by Ox stopped a potential counter-attack. That's something you need to nip in the bud immediately. So that means that you need a body, someone who's just going to stay in the 6 and in front. I'd love to see some other players taking responsibility. Ox, as much as we're saying that he's bad and he's not passing, the one thing you have to give him is that he's active in terms of wanting the ball, getting the ball, being willing to run into the spaces wherever they happen to be. Now you need the other players to do the same exact thing. You need Abondlovu, even though he just misplaced the pass. You need Abondlovu to be able to step up and go, okay, Ox, you're having a bad passing game. You've had a couple of bad passing games. Let us take care of that. And when you play defensively. So if they're not going to do that, then it's going to be a roughish game playing. Utupris, stay in the 9. Stand with the centre backs. You can see there's no defense here. Lapago Arrows. All you need to do is to use the skills that you already have, man. You already have. So please, can we just go and play, run through? Hamba to Pries from the center backs. Don't Hamba to Pries from the middle. Let's see what's going to happen in the second half. Arrows, to their credit as well, have looked dangerous on the break. They've weathered a lot of the storms that Kaizer Chiefs has thrown their way. Lebona, if they finished the 1v1s that they had, it could have been a different story right now. But again, finishing lets the team down, as usual in the PSL. Okay, Ndlovu, at least you're opening up. So let's see what the second half is going to have. Guys, 70. Views on Modi. I think Umodi is playing a conservative type of game. I think he's been told that a lot of what he needs to do is to cover Umako. So you're not seeing Modi really explosive the way Modi normally is. You're not seeing him higher up the pitch, which can be a little bit frustrating and worrying, but I do think that he's doing a job helping out Umako, if we're being 100% honest. So yeah, I don't know how to feel about it. I just feel like, again, up top, everybody might be covering for Umtu. Umtu needs to just figure out what he needs to be. Is he going to be the main man with the ball at his feet? Is he going to be a 10? Is he going to be an auxiliary player that runs off of maybe a Serino? But yeah, you can't have everybody covering him. Mdu. Like you see there, it's great. It's great if he's playing off, but then you need somebody to take responsibility. And guys, can we please again, can we give Ox then credit for him driving that ball? This season, our second half is more fluid and faster in attack. Hopefully we get that again. Yeah, but you have to take advantage, eh? Like I said, Arrows is not here, but the moment Arrows gets a little bit of headwind, something's going to happen. Nabi is back to cook, says Brenner. Du is playing for... Oh, Dalala Maflate. Oh, Dalala Maflate. Like, I just wish, Nam, a lot of PSL teams, just a little bit of structure, just a little bit more structure, a couple more moves, and you would see something, like something that they do over and over and over again that they're good at. The more you see those type of things, then I think our teams would be great. Like, you see the run that Mdu made right now. If you could repeat that run 2 or 3 more times, Mdu might become a world-class attacking midfielder, right? But it's so... Man, it's so spontaneous. Our football is spontaneous. Too much. Sometimes you need things that you just repeat. I know you're good at this. We're just going to do that over and over and over again. You're going to score. Dupreez, we need you to make runs 2 or 3 times or 4 or 5 times in a game that are the same runs, but that are tailored to you doing something, man. Mangoba is a champ. Like the free kicks we take place. Yeah, Zuba. Set pieces are... Look at Arsenal. Arsenal win some games just because they've worked on set pieces more than other teams. Sometimes that's all it takes. We know what we're going to do. We're going to punch up here, we're going to run to here, and then the ball must be played here. And if we do that 5, 6, 7 times in a game, we're then going to be able to win that game pretty easily. Or at the very least, we'll be able to score 1 goal that takes pressure off of our strikers. Right? Or when we're on the counter-attack, what does the counter-attack mean? Who's running where? Why are we running there? Who are we opening space for? You know, Chiefs could score 10 more goals if they did that thing that they did a lot last season where your winger, let's say do in this situation, pulls all the way to the line and just crosses it back. How many goals have Chiefs scored there? Cut back. Not cross back, cut back. Like, it's those simple things for me where I'm like, our PSL teams, work on those things. Situational football. I'm here now. What do I normally do? Who's where? Okay, I've just beat my defender. There's a guy standing penalty spot. There's a guy standing top of the box. I just have to try get a ball to those guys. Done. Look at that space. Oh, well done, Miguel. Jesus. As analyzing why we hate these guys. Sometimes it's because you see the things. Literally, you just need to see. There's two ways. One way, Marco and Munyane can't be up at the same time. One has to stay back. Done. That's the first one. Two, whoever's your 6, drop into the back so that your center back can have the freedom to go and chase that ball. Drop into the center back so that your left or right center backs can go and chase that with confidence. Miguel, in that situation, couldn't be, and credit to him, he couldn't be as active as maybe he wanted to be in that situation because he's thinking to himself, I still have to watch out for what's going on. I can't attack the guy because there's somebody behind me. Credit to Miguel there because normally he chases that ball regardless of what's happening. So I want to give him credit. But guys, do we coach final third though? Or we don't coach it, Zuva. We don't coach final third. Yazi, it's not until you've seen some of the trainings that side or some of the things that they do with the youth players where you're like overseas, where you're like, oh wow, look man, I need you when the defense is like this. I need you to make a run in between. The run must be diagonal. So you must go from the one center back to the other one because this one is going to be looking this way. That one can't track you all the way because it's going to go into the space of the... Like when they explain these things, you're like, guys, do we even have those practices? Look at that. In Nizoti chances. I'm going to be told about chances. Junet Dion just hit the cross. And again, what does it come from? Where's your 6? Where's your 6? Look at the run. Ne? Look at where the run comes from. We used to complain about this with Mart. Teto doesn't know who he's marking. Quinica doesn't know who he's marking. Look. What happened? Danko Silva. Oh, look. There's your man, Glilepo. You don't need to run through everyone. Okay, 70K. Let me open up. Oh, Nox. Yes, somebody said it earlier. Oh, Nox, Mutizwa. Yes. Marabo Nox Pass Fanela Navo Cabatino. Soweto G, welcome.
Away.
How are you, my brother? Welcome back.
Good.
Tell me about this game, man. What are you seeing?
I think ama-changes ayenzeka. I think I'm a minute behind though. Kodwa ngiyabona uSilva ngathi uyangena. I think noSirino. I hope I keep it to please no Shabalala. Hey, Shabalala ngeke ngikhona. This game is This game is not his game. It's not his game for real. He's making like he's not even looking. We are cross and Amaya pass and you shy cut back and then we get the proper scoring opportunity. But yeah, I think Ungobo, I don't know why Ungobo angadlali. I don't know what's happening Ungobo, like ngama coach awamthanda, especially now he doesn't like Ungobo. He talent because I think Undlovu. He's good, but he's not giving us that movement that I need, especially in the middle. Yeah, well, with number 8. So I'd like to see Ungobe as well coming for Undlovu to I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. But but I think we'll win. Either 2-1, 2-0 or 1-0.
If you were to set up Chiefs, because I'm hearing you talk about Ngobo, if you were to set up Chiefs, like I was to say today, Eyako, how would you set that team up?
It defends yonke right. Yonke trend, ne? Umthetho as well as a defensive midfield is doing great. Loko kunye ama-plus. I don't expect him to do much when he has the ball, as he's doing today. Loko kunye are just errors for me. The only thing I need him to do is to defend. I would also put in Ungobo as a 6, as an 8. Yeah, to progress the ball from the defense to the attack. And then as a number 10, I don't think Ushabalala is giving us enough. I would like to try out Abu Chislet and see what they can offer for us. And then Labapambili, to please is nowhere to be seen. Face angazodlala yiphi position. Ngathi ufuna ukuba false and manje ngathi interfere kakhulu noShabalala. So it's not giving us anything. I'd like to see Silva coming on. I think he's good on the ball. He's good on foot also, Mama header foot. If we cross the ball, chances are Silva angathola and score. I think he's also good on his feet as well. If you do those cutbacks, like ungafunayo man, we can get something.
Okay. Score prediction, Soweto G. Wait, before I let you go.
1-0. 1-0. Kaizer Chiefs, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me bring in Touchline Stories. Touchline Stories, 59 minutes in. How do you feel about this game?
I don't know if Brauti have been into Kasu where there are those cheese boys where they play for flags. After game, bahamba bofasa machir. Angazi ukuthi you have seen that.
Yeah.
It's Mdusha. That guy is uzalela ama-flate, man. Yo.
But makuphela igame akhipha igwegwe.
Yeah.
Yibo labo.
Ubuntu.
Yeah.
Brauti, what I know, Annie, is that Golden Arrows, they know themselves that they won't get as many chances. So those chances that they are going to get, they will pass. I'm sure you have seen that chance you own Abenai. You have seen he wanted to score. They know that they are not going to get as many chances. So they are going to pass. So it Chiefs angazi ukuthi yenzani by not taking these chances. Yo, I just wish like we had abantu like bahlala nama player babatshela ukuthi hey, this is how you take a final decision inside the box. This is how
Mara ngalunga ngani ngoba it seems like it's a national problem, that thing. Silungisa njani?
Angazi ukuthi when they say we have a development baminani, because it means they did not master their craft most. Even a player like ayazi ukuthi kumele idlale kanjani. Like ayazi nama weakness yayo, ayazi nama strengths yayo. Yo.
Okay. Score prediction?
Not.
Okay. Boggs, 61 minutes.
OT, you know, I one day pray when Shalulile retires from football. I'm part of school South Africa. Because we can't be having this thing struggle like finishing. Boom, too, they can create a lot of chances, but fail to just put that ball in the net. It frustrates a lot of us as Chiefs supporters that we fail to just put this ball in the back of the net. I just wonder, at training, what do they do? What do they actually do in training if they are failing to just do the basic thing? Put their ball in their net. Is that hard to do?
Would you say that it's a it's a nationwide problem, because we're also watching arrows. Lebona ba kene boxing, kening ba shebele keeper and they can't do anything. Lebon.
Yeah, it's a nationwide problem. Because, look, there was a time when Bernard Parker became a Golden Boot winner, got 10 goals, the yearly 10 goals. And real players go Europe, but 43 to 50 goals per season. Where now Oto winner Golden Boot got 10 goals. And then you call yourself a proper striker. A proper striker.
Yeah.
For a young player, thing I guess I bua te. Bo Mofokeng o tshwate go thwe ke stara o scorile 4 goals o league 9 assists. Mona na bo Yamal mona bona ba tsama ka di 17 goals just in the league. 17 goals just in the league. Not in all competition, just in the league. Where now o hlaka 5 goals in all competitions. O sonto bitwa superstar, o tshwanto ya Europe, go kwalla ditsela. Hey. Then when Sundowns tell you are not ready, Bare Sundowns is wasting your talent, they are right. You are doing things that on a level. Shabalala fails to just do the basics. Put the ball in the net after creating your chance. Put the ball in the net. Is that hard to do?
Hey, Bongs, score prediction.
By the looks of it, it's going to end up by a 1-0.
Here comes Chiefs with a chance. Oh, almost. Let me go to Agent. 63 minutes.
A 1-0 to what? You must finish that sentence.
Kaizer Chiefs. Abafana bathula noqolo the perfect glamour boys.
You know, uthi kana nale Cardoso ne. So he took my number by Nela Nabi.
Yeah.
And then after CAF Champions League, I came with GC, so I don't block it. I get but looks like Nabi now is one who's taking my instructions. Because these are the subs that I said you should make, and these are the right subs, and as a coach again, you must learn when to make subs and when not to make subs, right? When Nabi was supposed to make these changes, but the team is doing well, you are supposed to wait. Now you remove your front three, including Glof, who was traveling that other side. Now you're going to give chance for Omako to overlap, and they're going to create an overload on that side.
And they were targeting Marco.
And they were targeting Marco, so he had to stay back, So now when you have a player like Paper 2 and Sereno and who else? And even Lilepo, who can cross the ball in.
Yeah.
You're going to be in trouble. So I think Mangoba has made a tactical error in that, and that might give an advantage to Chiefs, If he used to lose this game, it will be on Mangoba,
Okay. Agent, hey, Claudie. No, score prediction.
Why?
Are you still?
But in time, I'm shaming the devil, and the devil will flee. I can allow in time today. Sharp.
Can I just quickly do something? Give a present date. Sorry, I was in time. Ube right before kicking. Guys, can I please just have 2 minutes? I just need 2 minutes. Oh, actually, I was in time. Wale agent, Tona Janung, Umukenelle. Kiatla.
Shame the devil, I was in time. Shame the devil.
Okay, I was in time.
Yeah,
okay.
I don't know. See, No, go be a presented. Go be a presented.
It's Mo.
Yeah, sure. How's Tabi, where are you? Heaven. She's praying.
How funny is Poco?
What did he make, man?
Aptejan ke Limpopo ke le phalale menang ngetsa mo ke leng ha ke tshe bathong ha ke tsebe le gore ne ke ya kae
Ejan wa fisa
my brother
Pasamika ya bashimane batho di man Pasamika ya nthude ka ke ba bone man
Kwankwa
ke a utlwa o senthabi
network ya mo kapo ke di hele mo ha ke tsebe because wa chisa ai my brother Wankutwa
au senthabi ke a utlwa
Agent da shabile ga wina my brother ka porta re tla mo next motšitšwa ba tla kwa ga di goal re di gapa hihi
Wankutwa au senthabi
ha ke a di mala bathong Wankutwa I will never ebile e be gona ke meeting awa Timba go siga ngwe ke ngwe ba te bluetooth e ba tlhago Update Yes My brother ke mutile ha go lo tia tlo
Yeah, you know, this is the technical. This is the technical substitutions that we talk about. You know,
Go and tremble and go arrows high. I want to knock in Haka chance fella, but arrows wa rija. Kitsuida fella who rekisses take a fella dim high little high sanata by sing lose the flame batu. How 5 games they go the matches at 5 it's a reserve it's over more merelente. Rekis lose your banner losing your next game sets on your total. Oh, ka ba o se rona ile ka Kore ntwe mo Chips tshwarisa stress
I am here, but Tabi is speaking over me, you know, so I'm allowing her to speak. Sally.
Hey, what happened?
OT.
What did I miss?
OT.
What did I miss?
OT. Hey, Tabi is way behind. Hey, take her out, and then bring her in because she's way behind. Yeah. But again, you see the tactical substitutions that I was talking about.
Because
you know, vilakazi, Flavio Silva combination. You know, and again, the mistake of Golden Arrows that I was talking about, that if Arrows loses this game, it will be because of Mangoba, you know. So again, also, this is the script of what do you call it? Small
the
teams.
PSL, yeah.
The small teams, they play well, that's exciting. It's like cheaper. You played well, you're exciting, but did you win? Arrows created all the chances and everything, but what happened?
No, but even just tactical changes. I mean, when you look at what you were speaking about, the subs that he made, you sit back and you go, Mara, you have a good overload on the right hand side. The players that you have on have momentum. You bring on new guys and break the thing that you were doing well. And then all of a sudden now when you concede, it's now a big deal. Even the guys who could have scored for you now are not even on the pitch anymore.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
I don't understand it. Maybe it's the small team manual, agent. Maybe it comes with a SAFA license, this thing.
The thing is, sometimes you get overexcited. Your team is on the rise. You want to show off now. Like Tito when Pirates is winning.
Yeah.
So you have to show that hey, I'm a CAF hold, and then you mess it up. But yeah, man, I think it was a beautiful goal, beautiful combination, and I love that it's Flyview that has been doubted and all those things. And I told people that Flyview reminds me of Sales. Don't underwrite him. Don't write him this early. He's a good player. So yeah. Thank you.
Okay. No, agent, thank you so much for holding it, guys. Apologies. I just had to go a little bit there because Ntwana has also been here watching the game, so I just needed to get him some food quickly. Bongs?
No, you see what Amanda has been talking about? 1-0. 1-0. Now I can breathe now. I can be normal again. You have to just find a way. Just find a way to break a stubborn defense. Was that hard to do? As a coach, you need to have ways to find.
No, go on, Bongs. Go on, Bongs.
I was just saying, as a coach, you need to find a way to break a stubborn defense, no matter how stubborn it is. You as a coach, you need to have a way to break it. Finally, something happened. And Silva took a chance.
So, Bongs, do you think that it's something that can be repeated over and over? Should we be playing that way now full time? Or is it just something, man, for now it worked for this game and then we'll see?
Oti, like you always say, Chiefs are a stubborn team. In the next game, they'll come back and play in default settings instead of playing the way we know they can play and create good chances. Chiefs like changing the way they play after they win. They don't stay in one thing that works.
Bongs, tell me, this 1-0, what does it do for the momentum of Kaizer Chiefs? Because now that would make it now, 5 games unbeaten in the league?
Yeah, confidence will still grow bit by bit, but they should put their feet on the ground and just carry on getting those wins. Whether it's 1-0, whether it's 2-0, as long as 3 points, they get them. If they can't get 3 points, at least they should get 1 point. That's the best they can do. We should not focus on losing this season. At least try 1 or 3 points. That's all we can do right now.
Okay, no, Bongs, thank you so much. Sinje, has the show stopped?
Some were just warming up number 1 spot for a couple of minutes. Sukukune had to get out of my chair. In the first half, get out of my chair. This is where we belong. Mr. OT, 5 games, we are in the double-digit points. 1-0, I'm sensing a second one. 5 games, 4 wins, 1 draw. We are cruising nicely.
Yeah.
Our black silver are scoring. Have you ever seen a black silver? Quarters or 2. Quarters of colors. Have you ever seen a black silver? Manqoba is seeing a black silver.
Marasich. Hey, highly CJ. CJ, I want to ask you the same question. Sure. Is this what Chiefs should do? Is this
definitely
going forward?
Definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely, this is how you win championships. These silly games, these unexpected results, grinding the results, 1-0, 3 points. That's how you win it. That's how you win it.
No, but I mean, in terms of the game, is this a thing that Chiefs should be doing, changing the game halftime, or is there a way to start this way, if that makes sense?
But what happens when you start this way? When you start this way, you end up spending a lot of energy trying to maintain that start, rather than building up from it. What I can say is of concern is we started normally how with the players that we normally would finish with. With your Duprees, there's always been an impact player. That shows that Chiefs really does have the gears that we spoke about, you know. We started with the Duprees and then we ended with the Silver. Maybe next game Silver is going to be more or less your default play, and then your Duprees is going to be your impact player in terms of the speed, the agility. I'm a little bit disappointed on Modi. I think we need another left forward player. Too bad your Batmans and your Velepais are not yet released. I think we need another left forward that we can start with, so that Modi can also pull up his socks. Ox is also another one that is disappointing. He's losing a lot of balls, unnecessarily so.
Yeah.
Maybe we can try Reeve in that 6th position again.
Okay.
To have another holding number 6 that has the ability to have those long and short balls. Otherwise, Ox is going to be against a very critical team. We are going to against the Pirates that is on form. We are going to be in trouble if Ox is going to lose balls like that.
Okay. CJ. He never passes, that man. He never passes. I see there was an angle they showed of Lilepo, and I just remembered Kapamba Musasa. I don't know why. I don't know why. He looked, even with the hair. Let me bring in Austin Tabi. Austin Tabi. Sole right. Austin Tabi. Hey, Kare. Okay. While we get Austin Tabi back in, okay, guys, 79 minutes in. Chiefs is leading 1-0. I tried. I've already tried.
Ke mashwana mona na networking ga ya
Yeah,
nketsa
ke
ma I'm so happy
network.
because 3 point ka ga di pokoto tsa rona a re na taba gore na bo mambareng we are winning and we are there and number 1 gore re tla dula 3 weeks kapo 1 day it's fine re dutse ke a rona ha ba thole ba bo number 9 ba
Ke batla go botsa question mara ke bona network is slow.
I'm Joti.
Wa nkutlwa sentle I'll start leading 1-0. I tried. Austin Tabi for Ntwena.
I'm Joti wa tsa mashwana ke a tlileng a make sa tsebeng ne ke a kae mo
Yo. Okay, we'll see if we can't get Austin Tabi back on. Butlale, how do you feel?
What's our Chiefs law lies up here, Chiefs
Yeah.
law lies up. Well, we scored sharp, and I'm gonna get to that, right? Mara, abumthethwa passing yahluleka. Abo Lilepo. Why are you shooting from such an angle? Like, you know, sometimes in football, you have to think, you know, and in football sometimes you have to use your head, you know. If you know that you're basically on the touchline, you shouldn't be scoring. You should be looking for a cutback. That's an easy 2-0 up. Easy. Silva was there, Chief. Easy 2-0 up. But yeah, other than that, you know, I think we've played. I wanna say we've played a worse game, you know. Than the first half. I feel like there's a lot of spaces that in behind our defense that could be exploited, especially in this second half. And high golden arrows are equal.
Nah, there's no golden arrows here.
There's no. We are playing alone here, Chief. Like, look, I mean, when we are in possession, look at the spaces that are to be exploited in our back line. Just look at the spaces. We are playing with 2 defenders when we have the ball. OT. We are playing with 2 defenders. So if they win the ball quickly, your main objective should be exploiting those spaces and using those spaces. Look, OT, we are playing with 2 defenders. On that, those 2 defenders are quite narrow. So there's a lot of space on the wide channels. OT, there's a lot of space on the wide channels. When you win the ball, your first instinct should be to, how can I get the ball into those wide channels? How golden arrows? How can we get a player in those wide channels? Because when they do get the ball, they want to play through the midfield. Does it make sense? Does it make sense? If when they get the ball, why do you want to play through the midfield when there's spaces behind? Chief, I don't like this thing of everyone trying to keep the ball on the ground. Yeah, Baba.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you that. In terms of the other teams, right? Chiefs has done well. I don't want to take anything away from them.
Yeah,
but
thank you. That's all I wanted from you, OT. That's all. Okay, no, I wouldn't say we've done well, Mara. Yeah, there's positives. Oh, we can continue.
Look, in the second half, in the second half, I think Marco and Munyana are showing a bit of maturity to stay back a little bit more. And Chiefs, the nice thing about what they've done with the changes is that they're allowing Abu Sirino to carry the burden of keeping the ball instead of having Abu Marco still pushing. So there is good. But I want to ask you, on Golden Arrows aside, Mangoba broke the game with his subs. And all too often we see it happen with the quote-unquote smaller teams.
Look, it's happening now.
What do you think it is?
It's happening now.
Did
you see that?
Yeah.
They won the ball and the 2 flanks were completely empty. Because why? Munyani is up the pitch and Marco is also up the pitch.
But also, Mangoba took out the danger men that were killing Chiefs in the first half. So do you think that decision making at a smaller team, even with a coach of Coach Mangoba's caliber, sometimes kills the teams?
Yazi, OT, the PSL teams that are not in the the PSL other than Pirates and Sundowns, even though I did think Pirates, they getting Uwadu as a sideways step, but that's a conversation for another day. I think, Chiefs and all the other small teams, we need a coach that can adapt, OT. And part of adapting is knowing when and what substitutions to make, OT. That's part of your adaptation as a coach, right? So as reading of the game, OT, reading of the game as a coach is very important, right? Because you can't be, you can't, when your team is on fire and you know that the other team is better than you, you have to be honest. Chiefs has been miles better than Golden Arrows. When you have a purple patch, during that purple patch, you can't take off the players that are performing during that purple patch. They took out players who were the most likely goal scorers. What do they think is going to happen? So during their little 10 to 20 minute purple patch, keep those players on. Because if you don't, then you don't have outlets. So that's what I think. Just adaptation. And I'm disappointed because it's Mangoba Mnciti. It's a coach that coached that a top 3 team in the PSL. So yeah, I'm disappointed from his side. But that's what I think.
I just wanted to come in there. 85 minutes. Chiefs is leading 1-0. I don't know if I agree with defending right now, because there's going to be a good 7 minutes maybe where something could happen. Miguel is already on a yellow card as well. Unnecessarily so, I guess. Mangoba killed the game, but there's still a lot of time here to do something. Agent?
I don't know. I need to start doing bet to it. Anytime Euro can't receive 10,000. But because I came here and I was like, Are these coaches competing on who can lose the game from the
Yo,
bench?
why is Cross inside? I don't know. Why in the back five? Why is Cross the 3 central?
Why are you bringing him in? Ulilepo was exactly what you did with Omako. Ulilepo was pinning that left back, or that right back rather, from overlapping. Now, remember you have Silva. Silva is not someone who runs a lot. The 2 center backs can have him. It's fine. Right? Now, you're taking out Lepo, who is keeping the defenders busy, and you're going to allow him to... You're going to allow Arrows to like, what's the word? To overlap and attack Chiefs now.
Yeah.
So again, if Arrows scores from this, we're going to blame Nabi. Again, maybe is why they have UEFA what qualifications and you don't. Because maybe then they're coaching that taught this that hey, sometimes learn to close the game early, I guess.
I hear the reasoning. I always go, are we just throwing people onto the pitch? Numbers, you know what I mean? Or is it like actually like Kemang Sean Dyche, he always used to say that it looks like we're defending like, but we're actually structured. I don't know how structured Chiefs is right now, but hey, let's see.
You know what was the problem with throwing an extra defender?
It's crowded.
You lose that. You exactly. People start to delegate jobs to another person. You see a ball flying in.
Yeah.
Miguel will think Cross has it. Cross will think Miguel has it or Guinica has it. Something happens, it's a goal. You know, so I think defend with the ball, because now you're inventing unnecessary pressure. Imagine if now someone earlier said the standard of PSL extra time is 5 minutes. Imagine they add 5 minutes now. You know. So yeah, man, I'm a bit disappointed with that sub though. I'm a bit disappointed with that sub. And I'm disappointed with Omango, but maybe that's why he coached a big team. Yeah. The past tense days is important. You know. So yeah, thanks, man.
Okay, no, Agent, thank you so much, guys. 89 minutes, we're almost done with the game. Chiefs leading 1-0. Now, in as much as we're speaking about the changes and things like that, I don't know if Golden Arrows, as constructed right now, are able to take advantage of that, which is a very big thing that you also have to speak about when you speak about some of the decisions. Yes, there are mistakes maybe made, or maybe they're oversized technically, but can the other team take advantage of it? Now, what I will give Chiefs credit for is over the past couple of games, they've shown that some of the changes they're making are not just changes for the sake of changing. What I like about the changes they've made up to this point, and what they've asked the players to do, is that they've made it that the bulk of having the ball, the bulk of having to hold the ball, the pressure of the ball is rotating between 3 or 4 players. I think Silva is great in terms of, marking one man. Like, he covers a lot of ground. That helps Abomako, Nabo Munyani sit back a little bit more. And when they do win the ball back, I think Serino is doing an okay job of orchestrating what's happening in the midfield. So that is very good signs, even though 1-0 is an extremely uncomfortable place to be. As we said in the Sundowns game as well, 1-0 is an extremely hard place to be in, or uncomfortable place to be in. But I think they're trying their very best to do well with it. You see, there's the movement again. I'm happy with Undlov in the second half. I think he's taken a bit more initiative in the midfield. It's nice for him to come in and show that Ox is not the only one who can play with that ball, or he can actually help Ox out. Matlo is going to come with energy, but I mean, there's 4 minutes left, so nothing's going to happen. I couldn't wait for the day when we were going to criticize the performance, then banter and coaches. Yeah, I'd much rather talk about the performance. I get to only talk about the performance, but we are snacks. So yeah, I think it's a good thing. The biggest thing that I'm liking from Kaizer Chiefs over the past few games is management of games. That's what used to kill Chiefs. Management of games and unnecessarily leaving the defense bare. To be fair to Golden Arrows, they had a lot of chances that they did not take. This could become a situation where I take Pirates' catchphrase and give it to Chiefs, where we say they will give you chances, but it's up to you to take them. And if you don't take them, this season Chiefs are showing that they can win some games. Hey, come back here. Why are you opening the door? Come. Sit down. Sit down. Okay, so we're going to see the end of this game. Yeah, look, however you get the wins is however you get the wins. That's all I'm saying. It's however you get the wins. A win is a win is a win, especially if it's something that hasn't been done before. I like the fact that there's been clean sheets here because it gives a little bit of confidence to the players, especially with Peterson. I think Peterson has been immense over the past few games, immense in this game too, because he's one of the biggest reasons why this game is not a 1-1 or it's not a 1-0 right now in favor of Golden Arrows. But let's see how they finish this game. Why not bring in Ngobo? Oh, thank you, Ox. Yeah, agent called it. Yeah, 5 minutes. I want this game to end so we can praise Munyani. No, I've been praising Munyani. Munyani has been incredible for Chiefs. He has been incredible for Chiefs. Standout player. The most consistent best player for Chiefs has been Munyani, in my opinion. Ndlovu was great. Who was your man of the match? Ooh, interesting. Can I say Mtetwa, guys? No, I think man of the match for me. Why am I thinking Tetwa? After Ndlovu, yeah, I should. Okay, Ndlovu was one of the better ones, but he came alive in the second half. I liked his second half more than his first half. I liked his second half more than his first half because he started stepping into that role that Mtetwa had. Hey, stop it. This game must end because somebody's getting antsy right now. Chiefs is doing what Pirates couldn't do in the past 5 seasons: win awkward games. True, Musa. I guess that's the biggest plus you can give is that Chiefs is winning these games, whether you're complaining or not. Earlier, I spoke about Sundowns, and I said that the Sundowns' biggest strength was, even with everything that's going wrong for them, they're still able to get something from these games and get the points from these games, and that's really all you need. That's really all you need. Chiefs is in a similar situation. So if you can give credit to Sundowns, you have to give credit to Chiefs. That no matter what is going on, Chiefs stays with a clean sheet. They stay with another win. They stay unbeaten. So yeah, the incredible start from Kaizer Chiefs to this season. I think Msimango is injured. Zita, Kwinika, Munyane, Ningamniga, man of the match. Oh, the arrows in Ndlovu. Okay, sorry about that. Okay, it's only a matter of time. Our Rev. Silver must station in the box. Our strikers, Jesse, must station in the box. It must end. Is this another 3 points? Lemo. Okay, there we go. Kaizer Chiefs. Guys, I need to go. Then. Kaizer Chiefs, 1-0 winners. Well done, Makosi. They continue the unbeaten run. By hook or by crook, it continues. We go on. Let's see how long they can keep this up. But right now, everybody's happy. Everybody wants this. I need to go because thank you guys so much for joining me the whole afternoon. We'll be back tomorrow. We'll be back tomorrow for the game. The Pirates game. So please join me tomorrow at 3. But yeah, guys, thank you so much to everybody that jumped in, everybody that sent comments, everybody that sent gifts, guys.